Chapter 61. Simon smiled awkwardly. I was just lucky that it's similar to a skill I knew. After gaining the momentum, Simon immediately started the second circling. It was a lot easier than when he first started. As Simon began to roll the jet black in his palm, it felt like it was asking him something like, "Are we doing the same one from earlier?" Like he was responding to it, Simon kept the jet black's rotation strong. He was able to complete the circling and insert it into the magic circle in less than half the time the first took. Whirr! Activating the second corner, a few more runes came to life. Now there are 2 more left. Continue, Simon. Yeah. Simon raised his concentration and continued circling. The second was easier than the first, and the third was easier than the second. Whirr! Finally, a bright light lit up throughout the magic circle when all 4 corners were ignited. Rattle! Rattle! The skull began to come to life. It made a sound by clanging its jaw together, but probably because of the difference in material, it made a clearer sound than the island ratman skeletons. At that moment, the skull jumped by itself. Ouch! It bit Simon's arm. Even though it didn't have any teeth left, its jaw was strong enough to bring tears to Simon's eyes. "Ah, there's a caution sign here," said Rick while looking at the assembly drawing. Sapiros has a strong habit of biting anything that it sees. After activating the magic circle, step back and throw a dog chew or cushions. "Oh, tell me a little bit sooner," said Simon while whimpering to remove the skull. "I just discovered it. Apparently, if you connect to its thoughts and tame them slowly after a day or 2, these aggressive tendencies will decrease a lot." "I don't have time for that." Simon opened his eyes and glared at the skull. "Get down here." The skull that had been chewing on Simon's arm flinched. When Simon kept staring at it, it finally let go of Simon's arm and backed away. "You shouldn't bite anyone from now on. That's an order." The skull drooped and became quiet. It was as if its tail, if it had one, had fallen to the ground. Looking at this, Rick smirked. "It's as they say. There's no such thing as a bad skull, only a bad summoner. They're all so obedient in front of you." Now that he had activated the summoning magic, it was time for him to assemble the bones. He took the bones out of the box and stroked the skull. "Hang in there. It'll make your body soon." As though it understood what Simon said, the skull jumped up and down the table as if it was excited. Then, it knocked Pierre's clone on the table, dropping it to the ground. "Who the hell was that?" Pierre's voice echoed through Simon's head. "The newcomer this time must be an ignorant bastard. Tell him that he'll be as good as dead when he comes down to Legion." Haha. Simon placed Pierre's clone back on the table and started working. He proceeded to assemble the skeleton step by step according to the assembly drawing. After all, this is the most fun part. The sensation of the skeleton's bones sticking together like a magnet from the attraction was pleasant. However, the assembly difficulty was considerably greater than that of the island ratman. Banding? How do you do this? In some parts, the user had to use a jet black technique in the assembly stage, and some stages required you to use the chemicals included in the box. Assembling the arms in particular was the hardest part. As skeletons were undeads with weak strength, you had to do various tasks to form the strength to pull the string. He made the threads of jet black pass through the hole between the arm bones and banded it with jet black as though wrapping the arm with a bandage. After applying an adhesive agent to the joint area, he waited until it dried, and when it became sufficiently damp, he applied heat to finish. It was his first time doing this, so he was quite at a loss. Rick, who'd been dozing off for 2 hours, ended up returning to room 409, and the other students who occasionally stopped by the lounge were now gone. Simon alone laid out the summoning and mechanics of jet black textbooks and persistently concentrated on assembling it. Ah. Simon, who was insanely absorbed in assembling without realizing the time, looked out the window. Before he knew it, the sun was rising. It's the first time in my life that every minute and every second felt so precious. Still, he had to see it to the end. Simon connected the last 2 leg bones he had completed. It's complete. An imposing skeleton with horns on its skull and a smooth, pure white body moved its limbs. Rattle. Rattle. Then, it ran all over the lounge as if it liked its body. Alright. Let's go outside. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rattle. Simon and the skeleton archer went out of the dormitory together. The appearance of the Kizan campus spread out under the cloudless deep blue sky at dawn was just like a piece of painting. Breathing in the fresh morning air, Simon shouted. Grab it. He opened the subspace and threw the bow made for the skeleton. He was going to hand over the 1 gold bow that he uses, but it might been too hard for a skeleton, so he decided to start with the easy one. Tap. As soon as the skeleton archer received the bow, its body trembled thinly as if it had foreseen something. It then immediately took a disciplined firing stance. It held the bow with its left hand and moved its right hand behind its back. There was nothing there, but it whipped through the air like a broken machine. Don't tell me, is it looking for the arrow from the quiver on its back? Skeletons were a kind of undead that retained the habits from back when they were still alive. That was why the bones of monsters that used bows back then were used as materials for skeleton archers. The Sapiros was also a half-human half-beast monster that lived in the forest and used bows as its main weapon. Hey, race the arrow. Simon took out an arrow from the subspace and held it out. Looking at this, the skeleton archer approached with his back showing. His right hand was still scanning for nothing behind his back. Simon let out a small laugh and put the arrow in its hand. Tap. It loaded the arrow with a lightning-like speed and SSSR. It finished aiming by pulling the string with a skillful posture. Simon accessed its thoughts and appointed its target. You're going to shoot that tree. Things were getting nerve-wracking. Finally, it was the moment to see the results of his night-long work. Simon gave orders with a pounding heart. Now. SHHHHHK. The arrow that flew through the morning wind got stuck on the tree with a tongue. Simon clenched his fists and let out a cheer. It was Simon's first skeleton archer. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At the same time, Rochest. An old building located a bit far from the center of the city. Under the stairs here, there was an unidentified underground operating room. A man lying on the operating bed slowly got up in this space scattered with bloody tools. His lower body wore only underwear, and his upper body was covered in jet-black tattoos. Ugh. Due to the severe headache he felt upon waking up, the man rubbed his forehead and frowned. You're awake, Herek Kork? His gaze moved. The door to the operating room opened, and a man with an exhausted face walked in. Sir, the Ovalfire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ah, Professor Bahil. Bahil leaned his back against the wall and folded his arms. The operation was successful. How do you feel? Heron scanned his body covered in jet-black tattoos. Then, he clenched his right fist. Jet black was flowing like a spring and dripping down to the floor. The power is overwhelming. It feels like I can do anything. That's a relief. Bahil smiled and continued his words. Now, go back to Kizan and take the class as usual. Never show your body to anyone. And refrain from taking a shower until the duel. Evaluation. Washing your hair or face would be fine. While saying so, Bahil threw the school uniform hanging from the hanger at Heron. The day after tomorrow, when the duel evaluation begins, the tattoo will naturally disappear from your body. It won't get caught by Kizan's doping test either. However, your power, which has been strengthened by the curse, will last for about 2 months. Heron looked at Bahil as though he was touched. Professor, why in the world are you giving me this kind of help? Reason doesn't matter, does it? You just have to do what I asked you to. Hearing that, Heron's expression changed seriously. You mean defeating the special admission number 1 in Class A, Simon Polantia, in the duel evaluation? I see. Exactly. Even if he's a special admission number 1, there's nothing to be afraid of. You're now far beyond his level. Heron clenched and opened his fists before checking his body. Then, he pulled out his own special skill, Black Hand, from his back. Swaa! A black hand was pulled out of his back, and Heron couldn't help but be astonished. Its size and strength were way different from before. As he spread out the black hand in front of him, it was large enough to cover the whole body. You could hear a savage sonic wave whooshing past as he stretched it out and swung it like a whip. Thank you, Professor Bahil. I'll never forget what you've done for me. This insane sense of enhancement. For Heron, Bahil felt like a god for granting him such power. So, he added one more sentence. If it's that Simon Polantia is bothering you, shall I disguise it as an accident in the dual evaluation and kill him? That moment. Bahil's smile hardened coldly. Kijijijijijijijiji. You could hear something like a cry of a ghost from behind Bahil's back. Heron's whole body trembled with pure fear. Don't do anything stupid. You only have to do what I told you to do. Heron felt himself slowly suffocating. Eventually, he grabbed at his own throat. If something goes wrong and he dies. A creepy glare flashed in Bahil's eyes. You and your family won't be able to die peacefully. I'll make all of you suffer forever, even after your deaths. Kuhuk. Cough. Independent Illinois, keep that in my mind. As Bahil took back his aura, Heron gasped and breathed again. How dare a bastard like you who can't even be used as a subplan? Bahil turned his back and left the operating room. He wore a coat and a hat. Simon, I'm sorry to use this kind of method, but I can't help it. It felt like he was burning himself for success, but what Simon needed right now was a defeat. If you fell into a terrible sense of defeat, you'd look back on yourself and ponder what went wrong. And then, you'd come to realize that the cause is summoning. The corners of Bahil's lips, which went up to the tip of his ears, were completely twisted. Someday, I'll apologize for this. But in the future, you too will be grateful for the decisions I made. Without a doubt. Chapter 62. After staying up all night, Simon went into the first class of the day, Hemomancy, with hollow eyes. But he wasn't really feeling great. He had to take notes on what was written on the blackboard, but he felt like he was seeing 3 blackboards where there stood one. Did I exhaust myself too much last night? As Simon was dozing off, Mei-Lin, next to him, tapped him with her elbow. Hey. What's wrong with you? I don't think I'm in good shape after staying up all night. Mei-Lin let out a small sigh. She then brought the bag hanging on her desk to her lap and pulled out a white pillbox after rummaging through her bag. Hey, open wide. What's that? A pick-me-up. It's what I drink after staying up all night. Open your mouth. As Simon opened his mouth awkwardly, she grabbed a pill with her fingertips and threw it in Simon's mouth. Don't bite it. Stay still. It's super pungent and'll make the whole classroom stink. This time, Mei-Lin took the water bottle out of her bag and handed it over. Simon nodded his head in gratitude, opened the water bottle cap, and brought it close to his mouth. Gulp. When Simon turned his head, Mei-Lin was blushing with a somewhat tense expression on her face. What's wrong? I don't know. Just hurry up and drink before the assistant teachers arrive. Simon drank with the water bottle slightly off his mouth and swallowed the pill. Thank you, Mei-Lin. After being handed the water bottle, Mei-Lin turned her head away in shyness. Then Rick, who was sitting behind them, stuck his head between the two. Whoa. That startled me. He. I heard it. I heard everything. As Rick hummed and loaded up his prank, Mei-Lin reflexively growled. Hey, don't do it. Don't do what? I don't know, but just don't do it. Rick pulled his head and shrugged. Then he looked at Camabara's writing her notes next to him. Cammy. Yes, what is it, Rick? It's nothing special, But what kind of situation do you think it is when lines such as open wide and open your mouth are exchanged between a man and Woma? Kamabura's cheeks turned red, and Mei Lin, whose face was even redder than that, struck Rick in the head with a notebook. Hey, you crazy bastard. Ack. Ack. I mean, why are you hitting me? I was just speaking the truth. Simon, said Kamabura in a trembling voice. Why you can't say that? We're still underage. And Simon made a face saying that he didn't deserve this. Why am I getting scolded when I just sat down quietly and got the medicine from her? Hey there, students. At the sudden voice that flew into their ears, Simon and his friend stopped and turned their heads. The assistant teacher was smiling with her hands on her back. Did you all finish writing before chatting? It was a kind voice that somehow seemed like she was speaking with children. Assistant teacher. I can explain. Just get up. All four of you. In the end, the four of them were called out to the back of the classroom. Put both of your arms on your ears, yeah, that's right. I'll get angry if you pull some dirty tricks, okay? Even the punishment felt somewhat cute. As soon as the assistant teacher had left, Mei Lin glared at Rick. Ack, this is embarrassing. It's all your fault. I said I only stated the facts. Stop fighting. Well, get scolded again. Meanwhile, Simon was looking at the blackboard by himself. Without realizing it, his vision came back clearly. Not sure whether it was the medicine working or because he was being punished, but his drowsiness went away too. Mei Lin. HM? The medicine that you gave me, it's working well. At Simon's praise, she smiled at once and put on airs. Humph, of course. This is super expense. Medicine? What kind of medicine is it? You need to shut the fuck up. At that moment, another assistant of Silage hurriedly entered the classroom. Professor Silage said he'll be around 20 minutes late. We'll have our break earlier, he said while looking at his watch. Let's rest for 30 minutes, starting now. At those words, the quiet classroom suddenly became noisy. Simon and his party, who had been punished, were able to return to their table naturally, as it was break time. Wait a minute, groupmates. See me for a second. Rick beckoned, and the three of them, who were about to return to their seats, turned to look at him. They gathered in a quiet corner of the classroom. Ugh, what is it this time? Mei Lin grumbled. I was gonna tell you guys at lunchtime, but I'll tell you now while we have some spare time. Rick pulled out a note from his jacket pocket. Hee hee. I got the information on your dual evaluation opponents. First of all, Simon, the most urgent. Me? Yeah. You were preparing the skeleton archer in this dual evaluation. Simon nodded his head. You better stop that right now. Why? My words don't guarantee it 100%, but it's a bad match with your opponent. Rick began to read the note in a serious voice. The opponent's name is Heron Quark, the infamous Necromancer family of the Old Wind Kingdom. The dark spell he uses is Black Hand. Black Hand? I've never heard of that before. On the other hand, Mei Lin opened her eyes blearily as though she had something on her mind. Must be his family's unique dark magic. That's correct. To put it simply, it's like pulling out something like a hand made of jet black from your back, and apparently, it has an excellent defense against long-range projectiles. Even a jet black arrow flying at high speed can be deflected with ease. Simon bit his lip lightly. Even a jet black arrow can be deflected with ease, huh? There's a high probability that the skeleton archer's arrow won't work, Simon. Although he was determined to go with summoning, he wasn't so inflexible to keep pushing with the skeleton archer when he knew that it would be a bad matchup. While Simon was contemplating another way, Rick continued. The Black Hand is a powerful tool both for offense and defense, but it also has clear drawbacks. Heron Quark can't use other dark spells while maintaining the Black Hand. If that's the case, you have a clear strategy, said Kamabura while her eyes shone. Curses. Yeah. You're right. Malin agreed. If ranged and melee attacks are tough, you just have to keep a distance and build up curse stacks to weaken him. Isn't it an easy win? You'll just have to practice exhaust for the rest of the time. Simon leaned his back against the wall and pondered. He was on fire while assembling the skeleton archer, but to encounter a variable like this. Simon thought that nothing in the world went the way one wanted, after all. What should I do? Time was limited. Should he just force his way with the skeleton archer, or break his initial promise and practice a curse? If not those two, then. Simon's eyes shone bright. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Day by day, time passed quickly, and only a day was left till the dual evaluation. Malin, who came into the classroom early, as usual, yawned and sat down in her chair. In the front row, the students who arrived first were gathered up, chatting eagerly, and the topic, of course, was the dual evaluation. I'm nervous. How should I deal with combat magic aspirants? I heard that Professor Bahil's heavy foot works well. I'm most afraid of poisonous alchemy aspirants. Taking off the barrier gauge little by little. You'll be fine as long as it's not the curse's aspirants, though. Malin scoffed while hearing them talk. It was better to do individual training while thinking about the matchup between your opponent and yourself. Wasn't being strong and confident with your skills enough? It was then when she was pulling out her textbooks as she clicked her tongue. Hello, Malin. Wha? She turned her head in surprise. Simon, with huge, dark circles around his eyes and a haggard face, was there. He said with a tough smile. Malin, you look nice today. Did you get your hair done? Malin frowned. Why was he suddenly doing something he hadn't done before? Who told you to? Say that? Rick. Ugh. It was very creepy for Simon to imitate Rick's way of speaking. Above all, it didn't suit him. Forget it. Why are you trying to flatter me? Say the reason already. Can I have some medicine? Gosh. Malin grumbled, but still took the medicine box from her bag and handed it to him. As Simon took her medicine, he regained his senses a little. Do you realize that I'm the one who's feeling more anxious when just looking at you? What's up with you these days? Preparation for dual evaluation. Malin frowned. Yeah. It's good to prepare and all, but you'll collapse if you keep doing that. Medicines aren't some sort of magic to get rid of fatigue. Even I only take it occasionally. I just have to endure till tomorrow's dual evaluation. Insane. Class started after a while. Of course, even after class started, Simon's condition was getting worse and worse. He spent the whole class muttering to himself, jotting down strange things in his notebook, unable to concentrate. Rick. Why the hell is he like that? Asked Malin, unable to bear it. Rick ruffled his hair with a complicated face as though also worried about Simon. I don't know either. He hardly comes back to the room these days, and even when I wake up, he's not around most of the time. Camabarez, who was watching with a worried face, pulled Rick's hem. He's gonna collapse at this rate. Please, do something, Rick. Malin added. That's right. You're his roommate. You think I didn't try? It's a problem because my advice falls on his deaf ears. Rick turned his head. Even during break, Simon was still scribbling something in his notebook like a madman. It was a typical example of a person who was completely obsessed with something, blocking everything else out. I believe he's gonna be like that till the dual evaluation is over. I think he's preparing a dark spell we haven't learnt yet. A dark spell we haven't learnt yet? Malin let out a feigned laugh. For what? He just has to practice exhaust a little bit to face this opponent. Learning new dark spells is great and all, but I think health comes first. A flash went across Malin's eyes as she scratched her head angrily. I can't stand it. It'll give him a piece of my mind. Rick leaned his head back into his hands. You'd better not. I'm telling you, it won't work, no matter what you say. Just watch me. Malin made up her mind and approached Simon. Hey, Simon. If you keep doing that. Simon slowly turned his head. Huff. You could see the eyes of a person who was out of their mind. As a boy of her age glared at her with a heavy atmosphere, she timidly stuttered. How many times have I told you that your body will be? Thanks for your concern, Malin. I'll really start resting tomorrow. And Simon turned his head back and started taking notes. This isn't how it's supposed to be. While Malin was thinking about what to say next, Simon suddenly stood up. Malin let out a short scream, startled. Rick. This time, Rick answered while flinching. Huh? Yeah? The thing that I asked. News about Professor Aaron? I think you'll have to wait till lunchtime. Yeah. Thanks. Simon sat down back and went back to his notes. The three people's worried gazes gathered together. What kind of dark spell was he preparing? Asterisk. The same day's evening. Aaron was coming into Kizan. He wasn't dressed in his usual shabby clothes. He was dressed in the uniform of the Kizan headquarters, with a black fur cape and a handsome appearance. Some of the servants cleaning the building didn't even recognize that he was Aaron. This is tiring. The mission ended earlier than he expected. It was a rest day until today, but he decided to stop by the lab for a while to prepare for class. It feels suffocating. Aaron took off his coat and loosened his tie as he walked toward the lab. The more he walked, the lighter his clothes grew, and the bigger the pile of clothes in his right hand became. When he arrived at the lab door while taking off his clothes one by one, someone was sitting on the floor. He was muttering strange words while scanning a notebook with hollow eyes. Simon Polantia. CTHNelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Simon raised his head. When he saw Aaron, he jumped up and bowed his head. Professor Aaron. What are you doing here? Simon was somehow sullen and thin, seeing him after a week. He politely said. There's something I want to ask you, Professor. Aaron wordlessly looked at the watch on his wrist. Even if it's past my work hours? I'm just kidding. Aaron smirked. It's the professor's duty to solve the students' problems. Come in. Chapter 63. Aaron strode over, opened the door to the lab, and went inside. Simon looked at Aaron's back, slightly bewildered. So Professor Aaron also makes jokes, huh? Simon didn't know, but it was a sight that would make the assistant teachers faint with surprise if they saw it. And just like that, Simon entered Aaron's lab for the first time. All kinds of unknown undead materials filled the room wherever he looked. He could feel how much Aaron loved summoning just by being here in this room. In particular, the dragon bone that wrapped around the entire laboratory was very impressive. It was shaking and moving as if it were alive. It seemed to be in the state of a skeleton rather than a simple decoration. Sit anywhere you like, said Aaron while taking his trousers off. Soon, he threw them, and they hung around the neck of the dragon bone surrounding the lab. The dragon bone shook its neck as though it hated it, but it couldn't resist any more than that. Simon held back his laughter and found a seat. Everything hanging on the wall and on the floor was valuable for research and studies, so Simon had to be careful with each step. Soon, he found a sofa, set aside the ghoul model leaning on it, and sat down. So, what did you want to ask again? Aaron, who took off his top and wore shorts and slippers before Simon even realized it, was making tea. Simon took a light breath and said, I'd like to know how to win a dual evaluation with summoning alone. Aaron's movement stopped for a second. But that was just for a second. Soon, he casually poured tea into a cup. Why would you do such a pointless thing? What? Simon, I know you're excelling in combat magic and other subjects too. Aaron approached Simon and held a teacup to Simon. You have a clear way to get past this evaluation easily. I don't understand why you'd go through so much trouble. Simon held his breath. In fact, he knew Aaron would say something like that. Even in Simon's first summoning studies class, Aaron himself made a statement that demeaned summoning. So it was even stranger. You could feel a lot of things by looking at his lab. Why did a person who loved summoning this much, a person who was so passionate about his major, say those kinds of things to the students of Kizun? Then I'd like to ask you, Professor. Simon strained his eyes. Is there any other reason needed for a summoning aspirant wanting to win with summoning? Aaron stopped moving and stared at Simon. Simon didn't look away either. After a brief pause, Aaron took his teacup and drank his tea. Simon also carefully took a sip, feeling thirsty. The first taste was bitter, but the aftertaste lingering inside the mouth was sweet. Do you want me to divulge the solution? Or? It was hard to believe, but when Aaron put down the teacup, a smile was on his lips. Do you want me to correct the solution you have chosen? At the same time, Simon also smiled with his teeth. The latter, Professor. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Finally, the day of the dual evaluation. Kizun was operating 5 indoor stadiums simultaneously for the dual evaluation. Among these, Rick, Mei-Lin, and Camabarez were at the second stadium. Simon was the only one from Group 7 to take the evaluation in the morning. Everyone just stopped by to cheer for Simon. But where the hell is he? Mei-Lin in the stand stamped her feet repeatedly. Camabarez was also fidgeting and constantly looking around her. Simon's turn was approaching soon, and he was nowhere to be seen. You guys stay here. Eventually, Rick stood from his seat. Another match was finished while Rick went out. The student who won raised both hands in joy, and the student whose barrier gauge dropped to 0 dropped his head. The rules for the dual evaluation were similar to the Cyclops performance assessment. The students on each side fought while wearing a protection suit with the effect of full-body shield, and the one whose barrier gauge fell to 0 lost. So, the student who won today's duel would start from the middle squad, and the student who lost would start from the lower squad. If you lost in the lower squad next week, you'd be demoted to the lowest squad according to your performance. In other words, expulsion from Kizun would be possible. Because of this, the burden on all the students was at its peak. The audience was full of students who came to cheer for their friends or to gather some information. Of course, other than the Kizun students, there were also adults who came in from all over the Dark Alliance. Kizun students were the next generation of talents who'd lead the continent in the future, so it was natural for the institutions or organizations to collect information. And the scouts who were now in the second stadium only had one interest. Now, we'll be able to see this year's special admission number 1 soon. Simon Polantia, I've never heard the name. His whereabouts are unclear too. Apparently, he's a student that was suddenly selected by Nephthys. I heard that he's a summoning aspirant. Summoning? What are the professors of Kizun doing? Don't tell me they're seriously planning to throw a special admission number 1 to summoning? While the adults were chatting in the audience seats and making up a list of scouts, the most anxious ones were Mei-Lin and Camabarez. The two could hardly sit still and were scanning the waiting room. Then, an announcement was aired from the speaker on the ceiling. Simon Polantia from Class A, Heron Cork from Class G, please head to the stadium. The opponent, Heron Cork, was coming into the stadium. Camabarez trembled and put her hands together. Please, Simon. Where in the world are you? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Heron Cork came to the stadium and took a deep breath. The inspector who took Heron's blood sent an okay sign. As Bahil said, he wasn't caught for doping. Huh. Power is overwhelming in my body. It was hard to express how he currently felt. Heron had always lived a life of chasing after someone's back. But now, it was different. He felt like the whole world was under his feet. It seemed that he could overthrow anyone if he had the will to do so. Simon Polantia. Class is special admission number 1. The special admission among special admissions. He was already fed up with the special admission students. They were all arrogant and violent, including the special admission number 8 from Class G, Heron's class. Those people living in luxury thanks to their parents had never gone hungry, received tremendous support, and were born with genes full of talent, even if they didn't put in much effort. Watch me. Sar the Nelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He knew that most of the scouts who were watching from the audience came to see Simon. However, after this dual evaluation was over, they'd change their minds. The whole continent would pay attention to him. And Heron's gaze moved to one side of the audience. At the end of the audience, Bahil, wearing a white suit, was also watching the match. He said that it's fine as long as I don't kill him, right? Heron couldn't give up this power. He wanted to continue getting Bahil's support, and for this, he was planning to somehow become a direct disciple of Bahil. I'll at least destroy one of your limbs. He struggled and seized this opportunity that those born into rich families would enjoy forever. It was probably a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He won't miss it again. He'd do it, no matter the means. Simon Polantia from Class A. Please come to the stadium. However, the opponent was a little late. Now, there were broadcasts looking for Simon resounding throughout the school, not only in the second stadium. Being late? All special admissions are like this, after all. Heron folded his arms. The referee in charge of the match looked at his watch. We're getting delayed. If he doesn't come within 5 minutes, Simon Polantia will be disqualified. We'll count this duel as a win for Heron. Cork. There were shouts of disappointment and the clicking of tongues from everywhere. Malin and Camabara stamped their feet. No matter which way you looked at it, something must have happened. If Rick couldn't find him, nobody could. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the referee checking the watch said, "Time's up. This match is Heron COR. Hold up." Pow. The waiting room door opened at a dramatic moment, revealing Simon with hollow-looking eyes and Rick supporting him. Oh. He's there. At the fact that the big match hadn't been cancelled, the scouts and students who were waiting all smiled. Simon. You dumbass. Camabares and Malin waved in great relief. Simon also noticed them and raised his hand slightly to signal to them that he was okay. I can walk by myself, Rick. Good grief. Rick released the support and slapped Simon on the back. Do well. Simon walked to the stadium and bowed his head at the referee. Forgive me for being late. Well, it's fine. Please get ready fast. The servants who were waiting rushed in and put a protection suit on Simon and collected his blood. Preparation for the duel evaluation ended quickly. Both players, shake hands. Simon and Heron met in the middle and held their hands, following the referee's orders. Simon smiled. I'm sorry for being late. Heron didn't say anything and looked at Simon's condition. A sullen face, huge bags under his eyes, and a school uniform covered in dirt. His condition is clearly fucked up. It should be an easy win. After shaking hands, the two stood a distance apart. The screen spread out from the mana projector. Simon Polantia, 100%. Heron Cork, 100%. The match is over when either side loses consciousness, or their barrier gauge drops to 0%. The two nodded and took a stance. In an instant, tension was built throughout the stadium. Malin and Camabares were also waiting, leaning forward in their seats. Rick came up to the audience stand and approached them while sweating profusely. Rick. Good work. What's wrong with you? Where was Simon at? There was dirt all over Rick's uniform. Rick sat down and brushed off the dirt. Simon was at the back of the stadium. HM? I'll explain later. For now, let's watch. Simon, in the stadium, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Fee you. And when he opened his eyes again, his concentration was back to normal. Monstrous bastard. Heron gave a wry smile and further lowered his stance. The referee's raised arm dropped down. Begin. Chapter 64. Begin the duel. Simon immediately pulled on the imaginary lever. 3 skeletons with weapons jumped out of the subspace. Heron drew a magic circle with jet black behind his back. After a while, with the sound of a splatter, the demon's arm made of jet black sword. It was his specialty, Black Hand. Simon Polantia, I prepared the perfect strategy for you. Heron smirked while moving the Black Hand to respond in any kind of situation. He's a summoning aspirant, but his most threatening skill is combat magic. I just have to avoid approaching him. Simon was a slightly different case from the general notion of a summoner. The most common strategy would be to avoid the skeletons and directly target the caster, but Simon was also good at combat magic. It'd be dangerous to recklessly go into close combat. He'll probably attack me with a skeleton and induce me to charge. I won't let that happen easily. Heron kept the distance and didn't move an inch. It was Simon who made the first move. He's coming. Heron was watching him with a tense face, but Simon wasn't coming forward. Rather, he was stepping backward. Tap. Tap. He continued to step backward. The same went for the skeletons guarding him. While maintaining their formation, they backed off so far that the front of the formation now stood where the back was. What is he trying to do now? Heron's eyebrow twitched. Heron kept on watching him to see how far he would retreat, and Simon went all the way to the end of the stadium. The wall was now at his back. It was as if he had cornered himself. I don't know what kind of strategy you prepared, but I can use ranged attacks too. Heron floated the jet black magic circles in the air. 4 jet black arrows were rapidly being formed, nearing completion. Huh? What? What's going on? Rick, who was watching the match from the audience seat, jumped up. He shouldn't be able to use other dark spells while maintaining the Black Hand, though. However, Heron, who proudly completed the magic circle, shot out the jet black arrows. Simon reacted quickly too. 3 shields came out of the subspace of the floor, and the skeletons threw away their swords, grabbing a shield with both hands. Block it. Skeletons ran towards the jet black arrows while putting their shields in front. Clunk. 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 A sound of the impact rang out. The skeletons were pushed back, but they managed to guard it stably. Look at this bastard now, HM? The corners of Heron's lips went up. His gaze was directed towards the weapons the skeletons had thrown to the floor. He has no intention of attacking at all now. Is that it? Simon stepped back, and the skeletons threw their weapons. Heron, feeling puzzled, thoroughly observed Simon's appearance. A dark blue jet black was rising from Simon's right arm, and although it wasn't a magic circle, it seemed like he was preparing something. Or even this could have just been an act. If you have no intentions of attacking, then... Heron spread his palms out. The jet black that flowed from the bottom of his hand began to draw a curse magic circle. Originally, it was a curse that couldn't be used at Heron's level, but it became possible with Bahil's surgery. Bahil's hidden technique, which allowed you to recreate a magic circle using jet black's property of recreating magic circles without needing knowledge or proficiency. Heron stretched out his hand as the magic circle was completed. Sickness. A black curse flew like lightning from the magic circle. The skeletons jumped in front of Simon to block the curse, but it easily passed through the undead's bodies and pierced Simon's chest. Kook. His vision spun. Simon knelt down to a knee as nausea welled up. A sickness curse. It was known to be pretty effective when dealing with combat magic aspirants. As something like this is a sickness? Simon's head spun, and the world split into 3, rocking back and forth. Simon clenched his teeth and got a grip on himself. Oh. Heron smiled. Usually, you'd lose your fighting will after getting hit by that, but by the looks of it you're going to continue? Simon, sweating profusely, raised the corner of his lips instead of answering him. While thinking that it was a very annoying smile, Heron moved the black hand. Whoosh! The devil's arm extending out from his back swung like a whip. Simon sent skeletons with shields in front of him. Pooh! 2 skeletons were flung away with ease. The hand changed its direction again in midair and swung towards Simon. Despite feeling a terrible sickness, Simon formed jet black on his right foot and jumped into the air. This is crazy, for real. He dodged the attack, but his sickness and nausea got worse when he jumped. Simon wiped his lips while landing on the floor. You paltry bastard. Heron moved the black hand again. Simon frantically rolled around the floor to dodge the attack that bent freely and swung like a whip. Heron's one-sided offense continued. What are you doing? Simon. Maylin stood from her seat and shouted. Attack. You should fight back. Hey, you, the student in front. Please remain silent. Maylin blushed at the voice she heard from the back seat and bowed her head. It was a rare opportunity where Rick could make fun of Maylin, but Rick was sweating profusely while watching Simon's battle. Something's off. Something's really off. Hey, Rick. Maylin glanced at him. The information you got, none of it was correct. You said he can't use any other dark spells while using Black Hand, didn't you? And you said that the maximum length of Black Hand is around 2 meters, right? None of that was correct. Rick scratched his head. I don't know, I don't get it. Did he hide his powers? Is he actually a geek who concealed his power? What the hell do you mean? I don't know either. Shouted Rick. What's certain is that Heron Cork right now is many times stronger than as he's known to the public. Slom. Simon covered his mouth while avoiding the black hand that swung like a whip. Damn it, you're hella good at dodging, said Heron Cork while huffing. Before Simon knew it, a new sickness magic circle was being prepared in Heron's left hand. But it's all over once this gets completed. Let's see if you can still stand on 2 stacks. A clear taunt. Heron came closer and closer while needling Simon's nerves. He deliberately swung the black hand at a wide angle to appear that his guard was down and to trick Simon into rushing in, but Simon didn't use combat magic to the very end. He just silently brought out new skeletons to replace the shattered skeletons. It was strange. It was clearly Heron himself who was taking the lead. The first curse had hit, and the next curse was almost complete. However, what in the world are you preparing? It was Heron who was feeling pressed. Thump. Bong. On the other hand, Bahil was in the audience stands, watching silently with his arms crossed. As he expected, the match was one-sided. Interesting. Bahil turned his head and murmured. Isn't this the first time you've come to see a first-year's duel, senior? Aaron in a shirt and shorts came up into the audience stand from the stairs. He tried to pass by Bahil without saying a word. A sense of guilt. Aaron stopped. Isn't that the reason why you aren't taking any direct disciples, senior? Since you know exactly what kind of hardship you'll go through if you choose summoning. Most of your disciples also changed their major without overcoming those hardships, so you shouldn't be able to take it any longer. Bahil shrugged his shoulders. And you're feeling greedy after all that? Aaron looked back at Bahil with a cold gaze. Bahil smiled without avoiding his gaze. Take a look. Bahil spread his hand out. See what kind of situation our disciple is facing now. Now, Heron was actively closing his distance and wielding his black hand. Simon was focused on blocking and dodging, devoting himself only to defending. The shield that the skeletons were holding eventually got destroyed. With Heron's follow-up, the skeleton was broken, but Simon persistently revived it with restoration. When Heron's second sickness is complete, this match will be over. Am I wrong, senior? Aaron silently looked down at the match between Simon and Heron. Then, he turned his back and went down the stairs he had come up earlier. Senior, where are you going? SEA.TheOvelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The match is already over. Aaron turned to Bahil and added another sentence. I came here just in case, but there's no need for me to watch anymore. Bahil looked at the back of the leaving Aaron, puzzled. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Slay aom. The stadium was covered with dust from Heron's attack. Heron gasped heavily, his face red. You. He couldn't understand Simon's strategy at all. Jet black continued to rise on Simon's right arm, but that wasn't a magic circle or anything. Nah, it wouldn't be necessary for me to know that. Now it'll be over. Heron stretched out his right hand. The second sickness hit Simon as he lost his balance while dodging the black hand. Oof. Simon felt like his surroundings were being terribly twisted. The feeling of dizziness and vomiting pushed him to his limit. He wasn't in a state where he could fight at all. How is it? Doesn't it feel like shit, special admission number 1? Heron smiled with his teeth. You obviously came here to completely beat me up, but it's not that easy, right? You're crawling on the floor. That's the reality. There's nothing obvious in this world. Simon stood up slowly, resting his left hand on his forehead. Phew. The jet black that was lingering in Simon's right hand disappeared. Heron's smile deepened. You gave up. Planning to surrender? No. Simon slowly brought his hand to his neck, relaxing his muscles. You could hear bones popping. It's now complete. Time for me to fight back. Was it the one that he'd been preparing for all this time? Heron hurriedly turned his head and looked around the stadium. There was no change in Simon or the stadium, or the condition of his own body. It wasn't a curse, nor a hallucination. This bastard, bluffing till the end. Did you know? Simon clenched his fist and punched the air in front of him. Boom. Whoa. Kaya. The whole stadium was shaken hard. Screams broke loose from all over the audience seats, and people looked around in shock. Simon pulled his fist back with an expressionless face, then punched again. Detailed rules for duel evaluation. Article 3, Section 4. Boom. Students participating in the duel evaluation will be disqualified if they leave the stadium during evaluation. Boom. Heron's eyes widened. A crack in the shape of a giant fist was being formed on the stadium wall behind Simon's back. But no matter how much I looked at the rules, there was nothing that forbade bringing anything from outside the stadium. Slam. Finally, the walls of the stadium were smashed through, crumbling down. You could see the view outside. The referee, the officials, and the spectators all opened their mouths. Thump. 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 Something huge from outside was breaking into the stadium. Every time that huge leg hit the floor, it created a crack in the stadium floor. Huh. Heron let out a faint smile. Kuhuk. Huh. Ha 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 ha. You fucking crazy bastard. A huge summon with a large body made by the agglomeration of soil and mud centering on a core that had summoning magic applied to it. The symbol of a summoner. Heron desperately shouted at the relaxed Simon. This is a first-year duel eval. Fucking shit. What kind of? Why is a golem coming out of here? Summon mud golem. It was summoning magic that gathered soil around the golem's core and shaped it into a form of a golem. Wuwawaya. A first year who brought a golem to the first duel evaluation. The crowd was completely turned upside down. Malin and Camabaras also opened their mouths. Rick feigned a laugh like Heron. When I went out to look for Simon, he was burying the golem's core in the back of the stadium. Simon was thinking of creating a golem from the start. Malin turned her head. I mean, let's say the skeleton archers are understandable, but is it possible for a first-year student to make a golem? Rick shrugged. You're looking at it right now. Of course, the shock that Heron received was greater than anyone else's. This is ridiculous. No way. Referee. Isn't that someone else's summon? He should be disqualified as a violation of. The referee shook his head coldly. That summon is moving with the jet black of student Simon. It's his golem. Simon, who buried the golem's core at the back of the stadium, headed to the place where it was buried as soon as the duel started. Of course, it would have seemed like Simon backing off and running away from Heron. Then he went out on full defense and began to complete the golem beyond the wall. Since it was placed outside, there was no fear of the core being attacked. And like that, without any visual help, he activated the core of the golem with jet black and attacked the soil around it to create the golem. Now. Simon smiled. It's my turn now, right? Thump. 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 The golem began to charge at a frightening speed when Simon gave the order. Contrary to its gigantic, seemingly sluggish size, it was fast, faster than he expected. While experiencing the tension of facing the giant monster alone, Heron's fists were tightened with nerves. Damn it. Life was unfair. People were born with different things. Talent. Wealth. Rank. Flesh. Race. Nationality. He knew. So he wanted to destroy it as a commoner without talent. He wanted to prove what value he could create when given the chance. However, a golem is too much. A wall of enormous talent that was hardly imaginable. For Heron, Simon standing behind the golem felt much higher and bigger than the golem itself. Ha-ah-wea. Heron ran out while letting out a scream of desperation. It was now do or die. He stepped off the floor and flew into the air, spinning. He then threw out his black hand with all his might. The air cracked violently, and a demon's fist slammed into the golem's chest. Thud. However, the golem's body didn't even move an inch. A little pile of dirt fell, and the black hand's arm bent like a soft jelly. Straight punches, or you could see Simon pulling his fist behind the golem. Thrown with your weight in them. As Simon threw a punch, the golem connected with Simon's thoughts also through its huge arm. Thoo-woo-woo-unk. The world shook. Heron's body flew at the speed of light after being hit by the golem's punch, reaching the other side of the stadium and crashing into a wall. The smashed walls caved in like a crater, and cracks appeared all over the stadium. A wild wind like a runaway horse blew, and everyone in the audience seat had to curl themselves up. Phew. Simon slowly lowered his arm. The curse that Heron had placed on him was lifted, and his sight returned to normal. Simon Polentia, 76%. Heron Cork, 0%. The referee, who was blanking out, belatedly came back to his senses and stretched out his hand. Sweat was glistening on his forehead. The winner is Simon Polentia of Class A. Chapter 65. The winner is Simon Polentia of Class A. Cheers both big and small broke loose from the audience. Rather than enthusiastic, the cheers were closer to stupefied ones. Awesome. As expected from the special admission number 1. Where is that guy planning to go? When we graduate, let us. Oh my, brother. I don't think Kizan will let him go if he has that much skill. How long has it been since an ace appeared from a summoning aspirant? That's quite interesting. While officials from various institutions and organizations were exchanging their opinions, the students in the front seats suddenly stood up. Simone. Well done. You're the best. Ugh, honestly. Putting people's hearts in their mouths. That was a great big picture. Wahaha. Camabarez, Malin, and Rick were shouting and waving. Simon also smiled and waved as he saw those three. An official of an organization crossed his arms. Our kids are looking cute. Oh, brother. By that, you mean. Oh, you crazy bastard. They are my juniors. Alright. You're from Kizan, after all. After waving to his group mates, Simon turned his head. Heron, who was stuck in the wall, fell, and the medical staff carried him on a stretcher. Hearing what the medical staff said, he had no injuries thanks to the protective suit, but his body was startled by the big shock. Heron also was blinking his eyes with a blank expression on his face. Heron. Simon approached him. I don't know what kind of reason you got for hating me, but... Simon smiled and continued. You can never defeat me with such a power when it isn't yours. Heron strained his eyes upon hearing that. Now, let's go. Heron, whose face turned pale, was carried away on his stretcher. Simon lightly brushed off his hands and turned his back. When he saw the wind blowing from one side of the wall of the indoor stadium, he belatedly felt embarrassed. I know it can be fixed quickly with magic, but I feel bad. Disassembling the golem here would cause even more trouble, so Simon took it out of the stadium. In the meantime, the referee proceeded to the next match. Simon. Before he knew it, Camabarez and his groupmates were running out of the stadium. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Hey. What's wrong with you? You scared us. You never told us anything. Simon awkwardly laughed at Malin's shouting. Sorry for making you worry. What? I never worried about you or anything. On the other side, Rick approached the mud golem with a look of admiration. Damn. So this is Simon's golem. As Rick tried to reach out and touch the golem leaned back and glared at Rick. Rick flinched and stepped back. Hello? Good boy. This time, Camabarez approached and stroked the golem. The golem didn't refuse her touch. Rather, it bent its body slightly and took a posture to make it easier for her to stroke it. Rick made a bitter face. That bastard might not be a golem. Whatever. Simon. Can I try writing on this? Asked Camabarez, eyes twinkling. Simon was just smiling while sweating profusely. Cammy. Said Maylin as she ran her hand through her hair. Maintaining a golem consumes jet black. I believe Simon will be dried up and dead in a little while. I'm sorry. I was being insensitive. Camabarez quickly hopped off the golem. Simon then finally let go of the connection and stopped the operation of the golem, it collapsing like a mountain of dirt. Simon approached the mountain of dirt and pulled out a large, marble-like object. This was the golem's core. So that's how it looks like, huh? Camabarez and Maylin squatted down and carefully touched the core. Then it came from the surface of the core. Camabarez let out a short scream and backed away. It's fine. Said Simon with a smile. Sometimes it pulls pranks when it's in a good mood. By the way, isn't this super expensive? How did you attain it? Simon smirked at Malin's question. I somehow got it with the money I earned from the mission and getting it on my tab. Simon earned 500 gold from the last mission, and in return for clearing a mountain range and dealing with the Grey Orcs, he received 200 gold as an additional commission fee from Lord Raymond. And a few days ago, when he went down to Rochus to buy a skeleton archer, Simon used 90 gold to buy 3 sets of skeleton archers. He had 610 gold left after that. It feels like I spent too much, but Still, the golem did its money's worth. Even ignoring the combat power, it was worthwhile because, unlike skeletons, it could be used for a long time. Simon carefully put the core back into the subspace. By the way, Rick, when's our next mission period? What's with that all of a sudden? He wanted to go out again and earn money. Necromancy was all about money. Simon smiled as he thought about it. Asterisk. All the morning session duel evaluations were over. After having a light lunch, Simon and his friends moved to the 4th stadium, where Rick, Maylin, and Camabarez would be taking their duel evaluations. Rick, who was first to duel, went to the waiting room to prepare. Cammy, are you sure you'll be fine without eating anything? Asked Simon. Perhaps because of the tension from the upcoming duel, she was giving a tough smile while curled up into a ball. Yeah, it's fine. I can't really eat anything right now. What about you? Are you really alright? Maylin folded her arms and stared at Simon. Don't push yourself to watch our match. Just go to sleep. It's fine, I'm okay. My tiredness went away because of the duel earlier. Good grief. Ah, there, Rick's coming out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sir, the novel, ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It was as Kamabura said. Rick, wearing a protective suit, was walking toward the center of the arena, the opposing student entering too. Rick's opponent was a female student named Legong Chopra. She had dark brown hair tied into a ponytail, and a bit of a dark complexion. Another female opponent, huh? Muttered Rick while supporting the back of his head with his arms. Hearing that, Legong quickly frowned. What did you just say? I'll beat the shit out of you, so you just wait. Alright. Rick gave a sly smile and shook her hand. As the two of them stood a distance apart, the mana projector displayed the barrier gauges. Rick Hayward, 100%. Legong Chopra, 100%. Are the two of you ready? Yeah. Yes. The referee nodded. Well then, we'll begin the duel evaluation between Rick Hayward and Legong Chopra. The referee lowered his arm. Begin the duel. Rick immediately opened his subspace, took out a sleek sword, and held it in his hand. Enchant. A magic circle spread out on the sword, and the sword was dyed black. Rick took his fighting stance after swinging it lightly. Just that? Legong scoffed and opened her subspace. A whopping 20 swords came out and scattered onto the floor. Clamors of wonder broke loose from the entire audience. What's that? Can she even use all of them? Malin and Kamaburas also added their opinions. A magic circle spread over the bundle of swords at that moment, and the swords all began to turn black at once. Multiple enchantments. It was coincidentally a battle between enchanters. Rick looked relaxed even at the sight of 20 swords getting dyed at once. Unlike Legong, he was stacking up enchantments on one sword. Foo-foo. It seems like you don't know much about enchanting. The amount of jet black you place determines the performance of the enchanted weapon. Multi-enchant is a skill that should be avoided unless you're at a professional level. Just shut up and watch. Legong opened out her hand. Then, the 20 swords trembled and floated into the air as if alive. Whoa! Exclamations and screams broke loose from everywhere. The swords danced as if escorting her. If you looked closely, there was a jet black string attached to each sword's tip which was used to lift them up into the air. Drop. Dead. Spat out Legong as she spread her fingers. The 3 swords floating in the air flew toward Rick at a fierce speed. Huzzah! Rick ran while stepping on his jet black, swinging his short sword. Clang! 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 With every sound of metal clashing, sparks flew, and the swords fell to the floor. Swawawawap. As though finished aiming, 10 swords flew in from different directions this time. Whoa, this one's gonna be tough. Rick dropped his sword to the floor and pulled out an object with a handle from his subspace. He knelt down on one knee and held it straight in front of him. Enchant. Slayawawawash. Rick's jet black spread out like an umbrella. The swords flew fiercely and collided in front of it. The deafening sound of clashing metal rang out. The corner of the jet black shield was torn, unable to block all 10 of them. Swords grazed Rick all over. Rick! Kamabura shouted anxiously and looked at the mana projector screen. Rick Hayward, 69%. Legong Chopra, 100%. Rick, whose barrier gauge had fallen, staggered before stepping back. Whoa, that was a close one. But now it's my turn to The swords on the floor trembled and returned to Legong after attacking Rick. Rick opened his mouth and gave a hollow smile. Pretty good. Legong frowned. You still have the energy to talk around like that? Of course, of course. Shall I show you how much more I can talk? Rick took a deep breath in. Name, Legong Chopra. And the actual name is Priyanka Chopra. Legong's eyes widened. A native of Shahid Kingdom's Deepak territory. The Chopra surname was your mother's, and the core was developed by the town's wise man. It took 1 year from developing the core to your first jet black, and your specialty is hunting. Cooking is your hobby. What are you doing? After entering Kizan, you were placed in Class G. The average score of your subject tests is around 70, and the first friend you made was Xianxia. You're a mechanics of jet black aspirant but are starting to have some interest in combat magic. You have a minor injury on your knee. Your height is 163 centimeters, weight is 61 kilograms, waist size is. Shut up, you crazy bastard! Shouted Legong Chopra as her face turned all red. Embarrassed by the fact that they were in the same group, Maylin covered her face with her palms, and Kamabaraz lowered her head. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Rick smiled and opened his subspace, 5 metal stakes sticking out. He took one and nailed it to the floor. It's my creed. First of all, I know better than anyone else that I'm weak, so I'm very interested in knowing others. Stop talking and just die already. Legong launched 10 swords at once. Rick placed his palm on the metal stake and infused his mana on it. Enchant. Mana got into the metal stake. Then, all the swords flying toward Rick started sticking to the stake. It's some sort of electromagnet. If you activate it with jet black, it absorbs metal of the same properties. Your swords are a mixture of carbon steel and amerinium, right? How did you find that out? Rick pulled out a note from his pocket, opened it, and smiled. This is a list of things you bought from the Roshist weapon shop. Apparently, you purchased 20 swords as soon as you got the money from this mission period. And there's something else that you can know with this information. Rick tossed the note behind his back and rummaged through his pockets, pulling out a single silver coin. The coin was dyed black, seemingly enchanted. Looks like you didn't buy any shields or armor, huh? Rick spread out 2 magic circles, one across the palm of his right hand, and one on the coin. Then, he clenched his fist tightly after making the 2 magic circles face each other. I don't know if you lowered your guard because I'm a pure enchanter, but in that case. Rick raised his left leg as he raised his arms behind his head. Soon, he landed on the floor and naturally shifted his center of gravity forward. At the same time, the palm of his right arm, which he flung forward and spread out, the 2 magic circles contacting making a spark. You should be vulnerable to accelerating ranged attacks. Shiki weak. The coin shot out like a flash of light, creating a fierce sonic wave. It's fast. I can't dodge it. Legong hurriedly moved the surrounding swords in front of her, but the coin was faster. It pushed through and crashed into her forehead. Pooh! A shockwave splashed off, starting from her forehead and rippling out. It was blocked by the barrier of the protective suit, but her eyes rolled back from the momentary shock to her head. Thud. Her body fell to the floor. Rick Hayward, 69%. Legong Chopra, 35%. The power of the enchanted coin wasn't enough to defeat her in one hit, but Legong lost consciousness from the shock. The referee checked her condition and said, "Match is over. Legong Chopra has lost consciousness. It's Rick Haywood's victory." Kayaha. Rick clenched his fists with a joyful smile. Chapter 66. Rick's match wasn't that flashy, but it had that kind of fun where you felt immersed and absorbed. Simon and Kamabaraz were also applauding from the audience seat, but Maylin was resting her chin on her hand with a sour expression on her face. I'm sure that our groupmate won, but why do I feel so embarrassed? Ha ha ha. Maylin Valen from Class A, Ivan Barshani from Class C. Please proceed to the waiting room. Hearing the announcement, Maylin stood up. Well, I'll come back with an easy win. Go Maylin. Go. Do well. As Maylin headed to the waiting room, she ran into Rick coming up to the audience seat. Rick raised his hand to give a high five, saying, yeah, seemingly in a good mood, but Maylin scoffed and passed by him. TSK. I swear she doesn't even have the faintest amount of sociability. Grumbled Rick as he approached Simon and Kamabaraz, high-fiving them. While the three of them were happily discussing the duel evaluation, you could see Mei Lin walking toward the middle of the stadium. Mei Lin's opponent was Ivan Varshani from Class C. He was a combat magic aspirant with a strong body. "Looks like this match will be a fun one too," said Rick while sticking his hands in his pockets. "It's whether Ivan sticks close to Mei Lin, or Mei Lin bats him away before he does." "You can do it, Mei Lin." Following the referee's instruction, Mei Lin and Ivan approached each other and shook hands. "I didn't expect to go against such a big shot in just my first duel." SEA the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Smiled Ivan. "It'd be better to remember this moment as an honor for your family, commoner." Mei Lin took her hand back and folded her arms arrogantly. "Because later, you won't even be able to look me in the eye." Yeah. However, I believe it'll be a good experience for you to be trampled by a commoner now." "How funny." After having a light war of nerves, the two turned their backs and walked away. Formerly a boxer, Ivan's body was made up of compressed muscles through numerous trainings and exercises. Meanwhile Mei Lin's physique was soft and thin, like she had never dirted her hands in her life. The two finally stood face to face at a distance. The referee, who checked the condition of the two students, lowered his arm and shouted, "Begin the duel." As soon as the match began, Ivan stamped on the floor and rushed toward Mei Lin. "Push her to the limit so she won't be able to do anything." Then, his eyes widened. Dark flames suddenly erupted in front of him. Flailwash. Ivan hurriedly hit the brake and swerved. It was a close one. He was wearing a protective suit, but sweat dripped off from the burning heat. "Oh my, how simple," said Mei Lin while raising a dark flame to the tip of her index finger. "Did you really think that this is a stage where you could win with stupid, preemptive attacks?" Flash. The battle flowed to the point where Mei Lin continuously poured flames and Ivan tried to avoid them, looking for an opening. Watching from the audience, Simon exclaimed in admiration. "That's amazing. She managed to finish Dark Flare that quickly?" "Nah." Rick shook his head. "That's jet black elemental magic that's at a lower level than Dark Flare. Dark Flare takes more time to cast." The jet black elemental system. It was a modern, jet black recreation of the elemental magic of the now non-existent pure mages. Its unique characteristic was that, whether it was fire or ice, it had a slightly blackish tinge. Even if a pure mage and a necromancer cast magic at the same time, the jet black elemental system would complete it much faster. The power was also stronger, and you had more advantages when controlling the variables. Indeed, a complete superior. As expected from the Ivory Tower. The Ivory Tower used to be a holy land for mages, once being called the Tower of Magic. However, it had also changed as it went along with the trends, and in current times, necromancers were the mainstream. But perhaps because their original character still remained, most of the necromancers of the Ivory Tower were good at jet black elemental magic using the mechanics of jet black. Of course, that was also true for Mei Lin. "Huh." As Mei Lin swung her arm, flames stretched out like a wall and blocked Ivan's path. Ivan dodged by a hair's breadth and gasped for breath. Mei Lin Valen, 100%. Ivan Varshani, 71%. That's definitely tricky. I was only dodging, but my gauge is already like this. Ivan wiped his lips with his hand and doubled the amount of jet black within his body, it getting hotter and hotter. "There's nothing to be nervous about. Just keep distracting her and stop her from using big dark spells. Just once. If I just get one chance. I told you a while ago, right, commoner?" Mei Lin smiled and raised left hand that she hid behind her back. "Fush. That you're simple." A dark flame incomparable to the previous ones in size rose up from her left hand. Ivan's mouth widened. When did she complete that dark flare? Actually, it was only recently that Mei Lin learned to multicast dark flare. She slowly prepared a dark flare with her left hand while firing a light jet black flame spell with her right. With this growth, she, the top of the class, had made a step closer to perfection. Now that she finished the dark flare, it was unnecessary for her to do small pokes. Maylin let her right hand hang down and made the flame on her left bigger. The game is over. Do you want to go on? I think it's too early for you to say something like that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ivan's lips twisted. His heart beat madly, and his blood was boiling. No matter how strong the dark spell is, it's no use if it doesn't hit. Ivan stamped on the floor and launched himself. It was quite a speed, seemingly creating afterimages. As Maylin was about to swing her left hand straight ahead, Ivan's body twisted in the opposite direction. She flinched and withdrew her hand. If she had continued to cast it, she would have wasted the dark flare that took so much effort. Hee hee. You won't ever be able to throw that. Ivan was skilled in using jet black on his body to enhance his speed, even when compared to many combat magic aspirants. He was confident that he'd be faster than anyone else in Kizan during these 1 to 2 minutes of raising his tempo to the maximum. Whoosh! 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 Ivan circled around Maylin as if toying with her. Maylin was moving her head and body diligently with her dark flare in front, but she could hardly catch Ivan. Do you get it, Noble? The skill level of dark magic and victory in an actual battle are two completely different things. Ivan stopped accelerating in an instant, found Maylin's back, and rushed in like a flash of light. His fist, which had been strengthened by the jet black, was directed towards the back of Maylin's head. Sensing victory, the corners of Ivan's lips were raised into a smirk. However, Maylin's shoulders naturally twisted, and her head tilted to the side. She reacted to this? His fist cut through air, and Maylin and Ivan's eyes crossed. She smiled proudly. Did you think that my combat magic was weak? The boiling dark flame on her left hand engulfed Ivan's body in an instant. Fwuss! The two crossed before falling apart. The explosions were so loud and the heat so great that the audience members seated close had to cover their faces. Maylin Valen, 94%. Ivan Varshani, 0%. The referee raised his arm. The match is over. It's Maylin Valen's victory. Fwoosh! Ivan, engulfed in dark flames, was kneeling on the floor with a look of disbelief. Maylin smiled as she combed her hair back behind her ear. Try harder, commoner in the lower squad. Applause and praise poured out from all over the audience for her nearly perfect match operation. Honestly. Rick giggled. She's so rude, but I can't talk shit. She's good. Simon smiled and nodded. Kizan is. Only cares about merit, after all. Simon was also having various thoughts while looking at Maylin from the audience seat. If I keep winning the duels one by one, maybe a day will come when I'll fight against Maylin, too. Then how should I counter her dark flare? Anyway, starting at some point, his right side was exceptionally quiet. Simon turned his head. Shiver. Kamabura's legs were trembling, and her face was pale. Cammy? It's my turn already. She fidgeted with her fingers. Simon, Rick, and Maylin all won. If only I can do as well. There's no need to feel pressured about it. Maylin also returned to the audience seat. She looked very excited after just winning the duel, but she didn't really make it obvious when she saw Kamabura shivering. 2 matches passed after Maylin returned to the audience seat. As time passed, Kamabura's face grew paler and paler. Guys! Look over there. Rick pointed to where he was talking about. It's Professor Silage. He probably came to see the Ma. Simon quickly covered Rick's mouth, but it was already too late. Maylin looked at Rick with an exasperated expression. You really can't read the damn mood, huh? It was only natural that Silage, a professor in hemomancy, had an interest in Kamabura's, a vampire from the Ursula family. Kamabura's shivering got worse when she saw Silage, and Rick scratched his head with a sheepish face. Kamabura's Ursula from Class A, Eger Atelier from Class C. Please proceed to the waiting room. Independent Illinois be going. She jumped up from her seat, and the other three consoled her and cheered harder than ever. What kind of style does Eager have? Asked Simon after Camabara's left. Slowly, Simon started having fun and became interested in this dual evaluation. Very textbook. Rick summed it up neatly. He's not particularly good in any particular field, so I believe he'll fight by combining various basic skills. I can't wait to see how Cammy, an extremely aggressive hemomancer, will break through it. In terms of qualification, Cammy is outstanding. She's an Ursula, after all. Malin crossed her arms and said. The problem is how well she handles her nervousness. Yeah. After a while, you could see Camabarez and Eager walking towards the center of the stadium. Eager was a tall, neat-looking male student. The two shook hands as instructed by the referee. Nice to meet you. And nice to meet you too. A very tense face and a voice devoid of all confidence. Eager, who was thinking of the image of violent Ursula vampires, was bewildered by the appearance of a completely different opponent. Is she really an Ursula? Watching the slouching girl made him feel a little pitiful, but he could never go easy on her. Soon, the two took a distance from each other and prepared for battle by activating their cores. Are both of you ready? Yeah. Yes. The referee nodded. Well then. Well, begin the duel evaluation between Camabara's Ursula and Eager Atelier. While a strained atmosphere was in the air, the referee dropped his arm and shouted. Begin the duel. Chapter 67 Begin the duel. Eager opened the subspace and pulled out 3 skeletons as soon as the match began. Camabara's held her right hand like a gun and aimed at Eager. It was the stance for blood bullet. I'm sorry. She was apologizing to her opponent, even while attacking. A blood-red magic circle spread out at the tip of Camabara's index finger, and blood bullets shot out, flinging her hand back. Right. There's an important characteristic of Eager, said Rick. Just before Camabara's exploding blood bullet struck Eager, his skeletons blocked the way. Boom. A red explosion engulfed the surroundings. Camabara's hunched over and looked into the smoke. Camabara's, 100%. Eager, 100%. There was no damage at all. Soon, the smoke cleared up, and 3 skeletons with large golden shields appeared. Eager is extremely rich, said Rick while sweeping his bangs back. He let his skeletons bring in shields worth several hundred gold, and his summons aren't just typical skeletons, but snowfield gnolls from vanilla. Hey! That's a super important characteristic. I obviously told Cammy too. After guarding against the ranged attack with an expensive skeleton and shield, Eager floated jet black arrows in the air and let them loose. Yua! Ah! Camabara's jumped around and dodged the attack. At this moment, men and women of all ages watching the match had the same thought. So cute. Why is she cute? She didn't get hit, but Camabara's fell to the floor looking like she was about to cry as she dodged the last jet black arrow. The opponent, Eager, changed his mind. She can move better than she looks. I don't think I can hit her with jet black arrows. Eager retrieved the arrows and drew a new magic circle on the palm of his hand. Rick's eyes widened when he saw that. He's preparing a curse. Cammy. Do something. Camabara's clenched her teeth and shot blood bullets from a kneeling position. However, even if they were exploding blood bullets, it was just a simple, linear attack, getting blocked by the skeletons with golden shields. At this rate, the curse would be completed. In the end, she also stopped her attack and began to spread out a new magic circle. Amidst the strained atmosphere, Camabara's and Eager were preparing magic circles, and it naturally flowed into a battle of spells. Blood Silk. It was Cammy who completed their spell first. A carpet of blood fluttered from her fingertips. Yua, that's a mistake. What is she gonna do with a spell with no attack power? Scoffed Malin before Rick muttered while scratching his head. If you don't know how to observe a fight, just watch, dumbass. Cammy took out 3 bottles of potion she made herself from her subspace before wrapping blood silk around potion bottles and sending it toward Eager. Something's coming. Eager immediately sent the skeletons and made them swing their swords. Swing. Swaying. However, his control as someone who wasn't a summoning aspirant was unsophisticated. It was impossible to stop Cammy's slippery spell with a floundering movement. A little bit more. The moment blood silk approached right in front of Eager, he also managed to complete the curse. Bahil remake paralyze. A curse in the shape of black lightning shot out from the magic circle. Cammy was directly hit by the curse, unable to dodge it while controlling the blood silk. But she also controlled blood silk until the end. The carpet of blood unfolded, and the potion bottle shattered upon hitting Eager's body. Shatter. It happened almost simultaneously. Eager, drenched in the potion, tried to move his arm, but he couldn't feel his body. Don't tell me, did Camaburas also prepare a paralyze potion? Eager frowned as if in a tricky situation, and Camaburas was also panting, legs shaking. Both of them were paralyzed. Curses and potions. The one that ends first is, of course, the potion. And above all. While sensing victory, Eager flexed his right arm. I still have skeletons left. Eager accessed the skeleton's thoughts and gave an attack order. At the same time, he prepared the next remade paralyze spell with his left hand. Camabura's response to this was, 1 stack is still manageable. I can move. It was a rush. She dragged her paralyzed body and started running. Eager's skeletons swung their swords to stop her, but Cammy dodged the attacks by getting down low, receiving the attacks that she couldn't dodge and continuing to run. No way, close combat? Eager hurriedly stopped casting the curse and floated jet black arrows in the air. Cammy covered her head with both her arms and rushed forward recklessly. Jet black arrows grazed and scratched her all over. Camaburas, 58%, cthnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Eager, 100%. She's rushing in while taking all those? After feeling the seriousness of the situation, Eager hurriedly gathered jet black into his fist. He was as good as others in combat magic, and he had the confidence not to lose against a small girl in strength. Moreover, both of them were paralyzed. Ah. But the moment Camaburas got right under his nose, Eager realized something was wrong. Her 2 pupils were split vertically like the eyes of a beast. Clasp. Cammy jumped in, arms wide open, and clung to Eager's body. Eager staggered and fell to the floor. What's going on? Eager blushed out of confusion, and Cammy opened her mouth. Fangs twinkled and exuded a sharp spirit. Bite. Then, she bit Eager's neck. Of course, the protective suit's barrier stopped it from hurting. I was wondering what she was gonna do, but just a bite. Eager tried to push Camabura's head away with a dumbfounded face, but she didn't come off easily, sticking to him like a leech. Ugh, hey. What are you doing in this honorable duel of Alua? Huh? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Camaburas, 58%. Eager, 84%. The gauge went down from just a bite. After belatedly grasping the situation, Eager wrapped jet black around his fist and violently started hitting her head. However, the bluish barrier was also applied to her, making her gauge drop, but her body was completely unharmed. Camaburas, 51%. Eager, 64%. No way. The numbers on the gauge decreased at a tremendous speed. Her biting power was no joke. Panicked, Eager tried to hit at Camaburas and somehow pull her off, but she never gave up. Camaburas, 43%. Eager, 21%. This is crazy. What is this? Get off me. In addition to the effect of the paralyze, it was difficult to focus strength in his fists due to his broken stance. The gauge decreased faster and faster, and in the end, "The match is over," shouted the referee. The final result was out. Camabarez, 37%. Eager. 0%. The winner is Camabarez. Everyone opened their mouths wide at the unexpected development. I lost. Eager had a vacant face. He was confident of his victory the moment they were both paralyzed, but he didn't expect his guard to be pierced so easily with a single charge. It's all because of my negligence in the end. I took her too lightly. While Eager was sighing inwardly, Camabarez, who was biting his neck, carefully fell off. Now that I think about it. I almost got bitten by a vampire just now, right? He looked at Camabarez, goosebumps forming for some reason. Before he knew it, she was about to cry and her entire face had gone crimson. I'm sorry. She bowed her head and shouted. I'm really sorry. The desire to win was too strong, so I ended up doing this. Are you hurt? And not at all. I'm really sorry. No, everything was fair and square. What are you apologizing for? You made really good decisions. Suddenly, the one who lost, Eager, seemed to appease the winner, Camabarez. Looking at this scene, a small bit of laughter burst out from the audience seat. Seeing Camabarez looking at his wounds with tears in her eyes, Eager felt a sudden flutter in his heart. Whoa. Was there a cute girl like her in Kizan? Camabarez calmed down after some time, and the two stood up, letting the staff mop the floor for the next match. Should I try to talk to her a little? Eager furtively approached Camabarez, wanting to get to know her. Cammy. Are you all right? At that moment, a male student's voice was heard from the audience. Camabarez, who had been burying her face in her palms out of embarrassment, turned her head towards the direction of the voice and waved her hand quickly. Yes. Simon. I won. She was jumping and smiling like sunshine. Then, she belatedly turned to Eager, got startled, and bowed her head with an apologetic look. Ah. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were next to me. I'm sorry. Eager nodded his head softly while telling her it's fine. At the same time, he wept inwardly. Hoo-hoo, it was for a short while, but I liked you. Meanwhile, the three were also talking about Camabarez in the audience seat. Wahahaha. Awesome. Cammy's probably the only one in Kizan who can win like that, said Rick with a burst of laughter. Simon added. The decision to rush forward while receiving the attacks with her whole body when she was paralyzed was amazing. That's true. Come to think of it, the paralysis potion was also a setup move for that. Our Cammy gets her things done when it's necessary, you know. Just then, Cammy came up to the audience seat. She looked very free and easy. Everyone stood up and greeted her when they saw her running towards them. Good job, Cammy. Maylin brought Cammy into a tight hug. Oh, how small and precious. Maylin. I can't breathe. Simon and Rick also smiled and came over to stroke Camabarez's head and congratulated her. And just like that, all members of Group 7 won the important first match in the duel evaluation. All four of them would be starting the duel evaluation in the middle squad. Asterisk. Now, a happy weekend awaited Simon tomorrow. Since he had been working without a break in the meantime, Simon was thinking about taking a break this weekend. Leisurely doing some eye shopping in the Necromancer shop in Rochest and such. There's no time to rest. Maylin lay it all out. You do know that the midterm exam is the week after next, right? Huh? The midterm exam was only about a week away when he realized it. Concerned with the dual evaluation alone, he felt like he had been hit in the head. Moreover, he confidently told her that he'd surpass Maylin's score in summoning studies this midterm. There's no time for this. Simon realized that he was pressed by an urgent business. As soon as he returned to the dorm, he headed to the study hall with the textbook on his side. Whoa. They say that everyone is on the same playing field. Even though tomorrow was the weekend and the dual evaluation had just ended, the spacious study hall of the dorm was full of students. The surroundings were so quiet you could feel chills like people were studying without even breathing. Simon, who felt a sense of crisis along with them, quickly took the last empty seat left and sat down. Since I'm somewhat confident in summoning, let's try to make up for the subjects that I'm weak at. He opened his Mechanics of Jet Black textbook and started studying. And after about 10 minutes. I am sure I learned this in class, why can't I understand a single thing? It was different from the summoning training he'd been doing the whole time. The limitations of studying by himself were too clear. He needed to take some measures. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next morning, Mei Lin, dressed in pajamas with a toothbrush in her mouth, was walking down the hallway with a sleepy face. Why is my roommate taking an hour to finish a shower? It was obvious. She was probably going to Roche's to meet a guy, not caring about the midterm exam. At that moment, when Mei Lin was heading to the public bath while grumbling repeatedly. Mei Lin. The dormitory manager, whom she was close with, ran up to her. Mei Lin stopped walking and turned to look at her. A male student is looking for you at the entrance of the dorm. What? Who is it at this hour in the morning? I didn't hear his name, but he was a cute-looking, handsome boy. He said that he'll wait in front of the entrance until you come out. The dormitory manager winked and passed by a confused Mei Lin. I mean, I only have 2 boys that I know and hang out with, though. It was too far to go to the public bathroom. Mei Lin quickly ran back the way she came and returned to her dorm room. The bathroom was still closed tight. Mei Lin kicked the door hard and shouted. Stop it already and get out of there, you bitch. I need to shit. Kaya. After driving out her roommate by force, Mei Lin quickly finished her cool, effortless makeup. Then she ran out with only the outerwear of the Kizan school uniform on her shoulder. After a while, Mei Lin let out a dumbfounded smile. So you're that cute, handsome boy? Simon scratched the side of his head. Who said that? Chapter 68. Mei Lin frowned. Ack. Shut up. Other than that, what made you come all the way to the girls' dormitory? Simon smiled and clapped his hands. Mei Lin, you look nice today. Did you get your hair done? Hey. She blushed before raising her voice. Stop praising me with words that stink of Rick and just get to the point. Simon answered right away. Let's study together this weekend. Sigh, so you had an ulterior motive after all. Mei Lin covered her forehead and sighed as she folded her arms expressionlessly. Why should I do that? I find it easier to study by myself. It's nice to do it together. We also have different subjects that we excel at, so we can ask each other, and Of course, you're good at all subjects, but it'll be easier for you to remember things while teaching others. That's true, but... She pretended to think for a moment, then said. Who's coming? Simon folded his fingers together. Kamabura said she would come right away, and Rick went down to Rochest, so he said he'd at least come in the afternoon. Alright. I can't go right away since I have unfinished study, but I'll pass by in an hour or 2. Then, I'll see you later. Parting with Mei Lin, Simon went to the empty lecture room, where he got permission from the manager. After gathering 4 desks together, he opened a textbook. Alright, I'm done setting up. Let's do this. While Simon was stretching his arms and making up his mind, he heard a knock. Simon. Are you here? Cammy. Come in. The door opened with a click, and Kamabura's entered the lecture room in plain clothes. Wearing a bright, pastel dress, she smiled and sat across from Simon. To think that we can even study together on the weekend like this. I'm so excited. Simon blinked. So you really like studying, huh? After softly rolling her eyes, she suddenly turned her gaze toward the textbook Simon left open. Are you studying hemomancy? Yeah. Since you're here, I'd like to start with hemomancy. I want to ask some questions. Would that be all right with you? Yes. Yes. Of course. Camabara's pulled out her summoning textbook from her bag and smiled. Then can I ask you questions too, Simon? Of course. I don't know how much I can help, but at least we can think about it together. The two immediately started studying for the exam. It was peaceful. Only the sound of moving quills could be heard in the lecture room, and a cool breeze was blowing outside the window, shaking the curtains. As it felt like the perfect place for a moment, Simon stopped his quill and took a deep breath. Simon. Then, Camabara's called to Simon. I don't really get this. What is it? Simon checked the problem she marked with a star. His face broke into a grin. Ah, it's a problem related to zombies. This problem is solved using the decay formula. The decay formula? Yeah, I found out about it yesterday, so. Simon started explaining excitedly as he came up against a problem he knew. Camabara tilted her head and listened to Simon's explanation. You can apply this formula to solve it. However, if you reread the problem, it says the season is a hot and humid summer, right? In summer, the decay proceeds faster, so considering the acceleration value. Camabara looked at Simon like she had been charmed. The wind blew through the window, and Simon's hair and the hem of his shirt swayed in the breeze. His forehead was slightly furrowed, as though concentrating. Protruding veins could be seen when he rolled up the shirt while explaining the problem. He also gave off the image of a child smiling brightly, explaining something after being lost for words for a moment when thinking about how to explain it. Here, you can sum it up and solve it. Did you understand that? When Simon raised his head and asked her that, Camabara got startled and answered. Yes. Yes. I got it. I have to take into account the decay formula, plus the acceleration value for the season, right? That's right. It's good that you understood it well. Simon let out a friendly smile and turned back to the problem he was solving. She put her hand on her chest and let out a small sigh of relief. Somehow, it's more difficult to concentrate. The two went back to studying for the exam again. They answered each other's questions and found points they could improve in. Camabara's know-how was very helpful for Simon, who had never studied for school before enrolling into Kizan. Please check this part. Professor Silage repeated it 3 times. Got it. It was then when Simon opened his notebook and took notes of the points Camabara's mentioned. Click. Hello everyone. With the sound of the door opening, Malin waved and entered the lecture room. You're here. Welcome, Malin. The two greeted her warmly. Be grateful. I'm only helping because we're in the same group. After all, it'll be difficult for everyone else to run the group if any of you get expelled. Muttered Malin while she sat down and took out her things. Simon was surprised as he saw the textbooks and notebooks she pulled out. He didn't really pay much attention to it, but it seemed like she was really studying a lot, using 2 to 3 notebooks for each subject. After laying out the notebooks and tying her hair back, she filled her quill with ink. But this place is so nice, said Malin when she looked around. It was spacious, there was little noise, and it was breezy. It was the perfect atmosphere for studying. I think it's better than the dormitory study hall. It was a good choice, right? Whatever. She glossed over it in embarrassment and took out a textbook. Simon and Camabara looked at each other, smiling quietly. Anyway. Ask me anything if you're having trouble understanding something, said Malin as she glanced at Camabara's textbook. There was a problem marked with a star. This one uses the decay formula. Yeah. Simon explained it to me. Cammy, you really don't know the decay formula? If you got a mark in the 80s on the last summoning test, you'd obviously. In that instant, Camabara's face turned red as though her intentions had been caught out. I didn't know. That startled me. The truth is, I knew a little about the decay formula, but the answer came out wrong because I didn't know that you had to apply the seasonal value. So. Looking at her mumbled excuses, Malin made a face as though asking what was wrong with her. Simon couldn't hear the conversation, too busy solving the next problem. Knock knock. Just then, a third person could be heard knocking at the lecture room. Yes, come in. But there was no answer. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The door didn't open either. Simon. Malin put her quill down and turned her head. Is there anyone else coming? Just Rick, but he must've gone down to Rochest, so I doubt he's back already. I wonder who that is. Simon got up and went to the door. However. MMMF. MMF MMMF MMF. MF MMMF. A strange noise was heard from beyond the door. Who's that? As Kamabura's cowered in fright, Simon raised his palm to signal that it was okay and opened the door. Dwit Arab Bayu Dawin. Bury up band ofen G door. Rick. Saw the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Rick was holding something like a large box in his arms. He also had a paper bag in his mouth. Huzzah. He put the box down on the empty desk. What are all these things? Things in preparation for the next dual evaluation. And Rick threw something. Simon, who had returned to his seat, quickly raised his hand to grab it. Some snacks to eat together. Kaya. Thanks, Rick. Well, it's pretty tactful. Rick laid down the snacks he had bought from Rochest on the desk. Hee hee. Studying for the exam wouldn't go well without eating something. People who say those kinds of things are always the ones who are bad at studying. While saying that, Malin was pulling at a wrapper harder than anyone else. Hey. Rick. How do you open this? Just start with something else. I want to eat this. Malin was holding on to the grain cookie wrapper she chose and groaned with all her might. Seeing this, Simon reached out his arm and had the wrapper passed to him, then ripped it apart along the dotted line behind. Malin got embarrassed and muttered a small thank you as she got the wrapper back. It's done. Let's eat. Let's begin. Thank you for the treat, Rick. Rick said it was a snack, but in fact, it was a composition no less than a meal, starting with desserts and sweets, and going all the way to things like fried chicken. The four of them started eating the snacks while chatting noisily. By the way, didn't you say you were going to Rochest? You were pretty quick, said Simon, tapping Rick's elbow. Rick threw a piece of fried chicken into his mouth and grinned. I just left after checking the progress. I also have to study a bit since it's exam period, you know. When I went to the Necromancer shop, the owner asked how you are. He asked when you're dropping out and going to him. Ha 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 ha. Rick shrugged, laughing at Simon's joke, then wiped his chin. It's true that I'm number 1 on the recruitment list for the Rochest Merchants Association. Then drop out already. Why are you studying for the exam here? Said Malin as she opened 2 packs of cookies at once. Rick shook his finger. That's because there's a business that requires me to be a Kizan student if I want to proceed. By the way, Rick. Speaking of which, what kind of business are you preparing for? Asked Kamaburez. It's complicated because I'm preparing for a lot, but the simplest one would be the delivery service. Delivery service? Yeah. There may be things that you need to go down to Rochest to buy, even on a weekday, right? Not everyone can go down by avoiding the keepers like Simon or me either. So, in planning to get the order of the necessary items, list them, and put them along with the dormitory supplies to bring inside Kizan the next day. Simon blinked. Did you talk about that with the dormitory already? Of course. I finished talking with the house guardian. I also used my excellent skills to make all the pamphlets for the order items. Awesome, Rick. At that moment, Rick's hand slipped through the air as he was about to pick up a castella. Huh? What? Where did the castella here go? Rick picked up the wrapper and looked inside, but it was empty. He looked at Malin with a look of pure astonishment. Whoa, you ate all these by yourself? Are you a pig or something? Malin blushed before getting fired up. What? A pig? Do you want to die? What an appetite when you were the one who mentioned things about people who snack being bad at studying. It's because I haven't eaten anything since last night. Ahaha. Don't fight. It felt like studying for the exam had been pushed a bit to the side, but Simon was feeling quite happy in this moment where everyone was laughing and talking like this. He also started to regret starting this thing called school life so late, wondering how things could have been. Knock knock knock. Then there was a knock on the lecture room door. Everyone's eyes turned to the door. Hey, Simon. There's no one else to come now, right? Yeah, no more now, really. Simon stood up from his seat and went to the door. Who's this? It's me. The moment he heard that insincere and frank answer, Simon stopped as if someone had pressed pause when he got to the door. Don't tell me, this voice of a girl was. No, but why was this person here? While Simon was putting his brain to work, the door opened. As the door opened, a little girl with her picturesque silver hair fluttering in the air revealed herself. She raised her hand and gave a happy smile. Hello, Simon. It's been a while. The prediction had become reality. Chapter 69. Simon looked down at her with a blank expression. And Nephthys? Ah. It's food. Food. Nephthys ran in quick, short steps and climbed up Simon's chair while whimpering. Soon, her eyes twinkled and she had to gulp down her saliva. Kaya. Who is this kid? She's so adorable. Malin and Camabara screamed and made a fuss, looking at Nephthys. Nephthys tilted her head, glancing to the side with her innocent eyes. Don't tell me, do they not know? Simon stretched out his arms in fright. Hold on, guys. Do you want some snacks? Yeah. As Nephthys nodded quickly, Malin stroked Nephthys' head while looking like she was about to die from the cuteness. Camabara immediately turned to look at Rick. Can we feed her, Rick? Huh? Yeah. Yay. Nephthys hurriedly picked up the snacks and began to stuff them in her mouth after permission was granted. Both her cheeks were puffy and plump. She said with a smile on her face. Delicious. Kaya. Do you want to eat this too? Malin tore the wrapper and held out a cookie. Nephthys opened her mouth wide and took a large bite. Nom nom. She ate Thiot. Me too. I want to do it too. The situation was starting to hit rock bottom. Hold on, guys. This person is. You're so cute, what's your name? While frantically putting food in her mouth, she smiled broadly at Camabara's gentle question. Yeah. My name is Nephthys. Hee hee. So cute. They don't believe her at all. Most of the continent's people who weren't Kizan officials didn't know that the so-called 300-year-old Nephthys was actually a small child. That was because she hadn't appeared in any official meetings for decades, and only moved behind the name of Kizan. Also, she sometimes took on the form of something other than a girl when she had to show up. Most of all, the weight and fear of the name Nephthys had given rise to many imaginative speculations. The people of the continent imagined Nephthys as a terrible witch that transcended humanity, something between human and monster. Of course, rumors that Nephthys looked like a little girl were also known, but Malin and Camabara had no such suspicion right now. They just weren't capable of thinking about the fact that Nephthys could appear here right now. What should I do? Simon felt like he was looking at a ticking time bomb getting close to zero. On the other hand, Rick, who excelled at information, was moving to another place while ignoring them as if he had already finished grasping the situation. Rick! Do something! Simon tried to signal to Rick with his hands, but Rick couldn't see Simon. He was sitting away from them, face hardened. Rick? Belatedly, Camabara turned and looked at Rick. He was kneeling on the chair with a stiff face. Why did you just start kneeling? What are you talking about? I've been sitting like this for my entire life, said Rick, sweating profusely. Even if he wanted to tell them, Nephthys kept his mouth shut by occasionally giving Rick a strange gaze. Is it delicious? Maylin showed a reaction befitting a girl her age for the first time in a while. As she stroked her hair, Nephthys smiled pleasantly. Yeah. It's judicious. Alwu, my heart hurts. It's my first time seeing such a pretty girl. After eating snacks to her heart's content and tapping her small stomach, Nephthys jumped out of her chair. Then, she ran to Simon's side, took his hand, and said, Simon. Can I see you for a moment? Ah, yes. The two left the lecture room. Simon quickly said, Nephthys, I'll apologize on their behalf. They couldn't recognize you, so. Hee, don't mind it. It happens all the time anyway. The snacks were delicious too, she said while smiling. Then, she stopped walking and stared into Simon's eyes. Simon also stopped his steps and waited for her. She gave a wry smile. So you finally obtained your legion. Simon felt his heart sink. She returned to her childish smile again and took Simon's hand. This isn't really the place to talk about it, so shall we move someplace else? What? Nephthys jumped up while holding Simon's hand. With the sensation of his legs suddenly floating, Simon felt as though he had gone beyond all dimensions of space. When he opened his eyes, the surroundings had changed into another place. Where in the world is this place? It was someone's room. There was a combination of cream and pink wallpapers, the curtains were frilled, and displayed on the shelves were decorative items and cute stuffed animals. The room had a really pleasant smell. Don't tell me. Simon turned his head to look at the girl who was outwardly the most suited to this room. I didn't know you had this kind of taste, Nephthys. This isn't my room, though. What? At that moment, there was the sound of a blanket being pulled behind him. Simon looked back in shock. He could see a pretty girl with red eyes, a blank face, and dark hair down to her back that still had some moisture remaining. Lorraine. Simon's face flushed red. Lorraine was wearing comfortable shorts she wore at home, and only wore undergarments to cover her top. She covered her body with her arms with an expressionless face and looked at Nephthys. Mother. Yeah? When you're teleporting a guy into my room, you're just trying to mess with me, right? What are you saying? Nephthys put her hands on her hips and proudly said. I'm here because I have something to tell you guys at the same time. Huh. Letting out a deep sigh, her red eyes flashed fiercely. You're always like this, Mother. Same goes for you. Nephthys jumped around. You overslept again even though it's an exam period, didn't you? Look at Simon. He's even doing group study, gathering his group members by himself. I'll take care of myself. Don't you know that I keep getting messages from professors these days? Even if I don't know those little formulas, it has nothing to do with my skills. A bloody atmosphere rose up between them. Judging from the content, it was a typical fight between a mother and a rebellious daughter, but if you looked at it from a step back, it could be seen as nothing but a fight between sisters. I want to go back to my dorm. Simon was attached to the wall, face pale after suddenly being caught up in the world's scariest mother and daughter fight. Please just hurry up and finish it, Mother. And Simon? Yes? Could you quit glancing at me? Simon shed tears inwardly. It's not that I'm looking at you because I want to. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Lorraine got up from the bed and pulled out some clothes from the hanger, wrapping them around her body. Simon could finally look at her properly now. Well, Simon. First of all, about the story you reported, said Nephthys after planting her butt on a nearby chair. The story I reported? Yeah. About the spy that infiltrated the Kizan. So she heard it from Lorraine. Simon waited for her next words nervously. I've assigned trustworthy servants for investigations for now. We're also getting clues little by little. That's a relief. But the reason why I came to you is to warn you. Nephthys continued in a serious voice. I think that traitor knows your identity. Simon felt his heart sinking. Nephthys slowly continued. Do you remember that Cyclops evaluation last time? The reason why the Cyclops that your group faced at that time was particularly strong wasn't because of the side effects of drugs or curses during the capture, but because someone deliberately took some measures. Nephthys smiled. You'd of course know what their intentions were even if I didn't say it, right? Disguising it as an accidental death. Simon gulped. Simon. This time, Lorraine opened her mouth. Since you said you met them in the Forbidden Forest, the spy is far more likely to be at the school than at the Kizan headquarters. If you stay here, your life may continue to be at risk. Yup. Something like that. Nephthys folded her arms while smiling with her eyes. Lorraine was very worried about you, you know. Mother. Anyway, do you really not want to accept Kizan's protection measures? Simon firmly shut his mouth. If you're worried about being expelled from Kizan, I can process it as repetition like your roommate, Kajan. Just go back to your hometown until the case is resolved and start over next year. I'm really grateful for your concern, but I won't change my mind. Simon slowly raised his head up. I think my current life is worth protecting and taking this risk. Please let me remain in the school. I'm also looking for clues on my own, so it should be a help. Lorraine bit her lip, making a complicated face, and Nephthys nodded her head with a light heart. Actually, I knew you'd obviously say that. You're Richard's son, after all. She took out a silver necklace from her subspace. As Simon looked at it, wondering what it was, she motioned for him to lower his body. Simon quickly knelt down on one knee. Nephthys got on her tiptoes and hung the necklace directly on Simon's neck. What's this? An artifact. There are a lot of troubles happening on the continent recently, so I can't just focus on you, you see. So I'll give you this. The power contained in this necklace will protect you. Simon gulped as he saw the dazzling light coming off the necklace. It wasn't hard to guess that it was more expensive than anything he owned. If this artifact warns you of danger, you must stop everything you're doing and leave the place right away. You know what this means, right? Yes. I'll mark your words. And Nephthys turned to look at Lorraine. You take care of Simon too, please. I know, Mother. She answered her primly. Then, Nephthys jumped up onto the bed. Wake up. Hurry on and wake you up. That hurts. Simon. Nephthys pulled Lorraine's arm and looked back at Simon. I'll send you back to where you were studying. Bring this lazy bastard with you. Mother. Lorraine shouted with a bewildered expression. Why am I going there? Humph. You're never gonna step outside the house if I don't do this. It's study. It's going to be awkward if I join, and it'll be a nuisance to Simon's friends. Lorraine shouted and pushed Nephthys' arm away with force, flopping her down on the bed. Tears suddenly began to form in her eyes. Hick. Who? You. My daughter keeps on troubling me all the time. Idiot. Lorraine is such an idiot. Nephthys flailing her arms and legs about resembled the typical image of a child throwing a tantrum. Simon was just reading their countenance, not knowing what to do, and Lorraine let out a deep sigh before pressing her forehead as though feeling a little guilty. Ha, fine. I'll go. MHM. Then I'm counting on you with Lorraine, Simon. Nephthys, who stopped crying immediately, came down from the bed. Simon was a little perplexed by her complete change in attitude, but Lorraine grunted and opened the closet as though used to it. Just come out when you guys are ready. Nephthys left the room while humming. Lorraine took a uniform out of her closet. Sorry, I'll stay silent for an hour or so and take my leave. Nah. We're happy to have more study members. Lorraine suddenly stopped moving and stared at Simon's face. What's wrong? Are you planning on watching me change? Simon, whose face turned red at those words, hurriedly ran out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a while, Lorraine joined Group 7's study session. Sir the Novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Maylin, Camabarez, and Rick recognized the big name, Lorraine, and their faces turned pale. There was an awkward atmosphere running in the lecture room as the five were seated together. Only the eyes were busy moving, glancing at her. Maylin was staring at Simon's face as if asking for an explanation, and Rick was wishing that he had around 10 hearts. To think that he just saw Nephthys, and now Lorraine. This is Lorraine from Class L. Simon on the other hand introduced Lorraine with a smile as if it was nothing. She wants to study together, at least for today. Would that be all right? The three quickly nodded their heads. Even if it wasn't okay, it had to be okay. After looking around with an expressionless face, Lorraine began to say something in a calm voice. Chapter 70. Hello. Treat me like I don't exist and just act as usual. After a simple self-introduction, Lorraine sat down and opened the textbook. Rick, Maylin, and Camabarez glanced at her occasionally, even while looking at their notes. How the hell do we treat you like someone who doesn't exist? She was none other than the daughter of Nephthys. It was never a comfortable atmosphere. The lecture room felt very stuffy. By the way. Maylin rolled her eyes. How does Simon know Lorraine? Sar the Nelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Maylin was skeptical, but she understood after a bit of thought. Simon was the special admission number 1, having been recommended by Nephthys. Even if he was acquainted with her daughter, there was nothing strange about it. So pretty. Camabarez was in pure admiration. Black hair as though painted with the night sky combined with ruby-colored eyes. And even that unique, hard-to-approach atmosphere. Among Kizan students, Lorraine had a unique feeling. And Rick, who valued connections more than anyone else, wanted to talk with Lorraine. However, he was holding back because he thought there was a higher chance that he'd be marked as someone strange through a slip of the tongue than getting close to her. Let's just study. Only the sound of quills could be heard in the quiet lecture room. The once boisterous atmosphere had gone silent, but in fact, this atmosphere was better for studying. Everyone worked hard to study so that they wouldn't mind Lorraine. Then, as if she was stuck at some part, Lorraine bit her lip and frowned. Simon, who caught that, quietly asked her. Can't solve it? Yeah. Where? Number 7 over here. Simon said in a loud voice as if to let others hear it. Oh, is that so? Maylin is really good at problems with curses, though. Maylin, who had her head lowered and concentrated on her studies, raised her head, blushing. She was moving to mouth, hey. Shut up, but the moment Lorraine raised her head, she quickly closed her mouth. Simon giggled and said. Maylin, could you please explain this to her? Sure. In the end, Maylin awkwardly approached Lorraine before standing next to her and starting to explain problem 7. It was only natural that Lorraine couldn't solve it. She didn't know the formula. After listening to Maylin's explanation, Lorraine nodded her head. Then, if you substitute into that formula, it would be like this. She'd only heard the formula, but Lorraine was smoothly writing down the solution in her notebook. Yeah, that's right. You're really good at this. It wasn't empty words. Maylin really did mean it. Was this what they meant by, if you've seen one you've seen them all? She had a surprising ability to understand. But why did you reduce all the fractions here on solving? Because this is the only way that I know. Is it wrong? No. It's not like that. This kind of approach is also quite impressive. Hold on. After a while, Maylin, who was teaching, was more excited. Simon thought while looking at her. Is she like a laid-back genius or something like that? Lorraine's skills were undisputed. People said she was weak at written tests, but in fact, it felt like she had enough ability, but was not motivated or couldn't find any inspiration. Of course, this was just Simon's speculation. After Malin started off, Rick and Camabaraz also exchanged words with her. Everyone thought she was extremely serious and scary, but Lorraine treated them more warmly than they thought. Nom. Hungry, she took a bite of the snack that Rick brought. She nodded her head as though it suited her palate. What's this? Grain cookies from Rochest. Quickly replied Rick. Lorraine let out a small admiration. I didn't know there was such a thing. Want me to tell you the location? The mood started to loosen up, and Simon looked at them with a feeling of accomplishment and relief. Lorraine also said that she'd leave after an hour or two, but she stayed longer when her studies went better than expected, and the other members of the group also felt less pressure and welcomed Lorraine. Time passed, and it was getting dark. The manager came and told them that they had to empty the lecture room now. Bye guys. Today's study session was great. Everyone said their goodbyes. They wanted to play more in the evening as a break if they could do as they pleased, but it was exam period, so they decided to study individually. Simon decided to walk Lorraine to the exit of Kizan. So it's already been a month, muttered Lorraine before looking at Simon. Is school life fun? It's the best. Simon grinned. Is this life precious enough to take such a risk? Yeah. Simon answered without hesitation. She nodded slowly, draped her robe on, and then put on a hood. As soon as she opened her arms, a subspace was revealed in the air and a wonderful skeleton horse appeared from within. Thank you for walking me here. I'll be going now. She held the tall skeleton horse's torso with her palms and climbed up in one leap. As Simon lightly stroked the skeleton horse's head, the skeleton horse made a purring sound and rubbed Simon's palm with its head. Simon. Yeah? Doubt everything. Trust no one. After leaving those words, she pulled the reins of the skeleton horse and left. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Time flew during the exam period. When Simon woke up and went to school, he could find himself lying in bed before he knew it, exhausted. Due to next week's midterm exam issue and the dual evaluation being slightly dealt with, all the students started preparing for the exams. The professors also seemed to like the students' awakening of concentration, as the students had been flustered for a while due to the duels. Simon also adopted Malin's study method, increasing the number of notes and reviewing for 20 minutes immediately after class. He memorized important questions and solved sample problems in his spare time. At this point, it's a battle of stamina. He learned a lot in preparation for the last dual evaluation. He did cut down on sleep, but he avoided crazy things such as staying up all night as much as possible. He focused on every minute and second of the moments where his eyes were open. Now, it had become a daily routine to visit the cafe, library, or dormitory study hall after class. Gah! Faster! While studying at the campus cafe, Rick suddenly pretended to be choked with emotion. Please, let this week pass already. Ugh. Can you really call this the life of a person? Simon, who was studying in the seat next to him, chuckled. You there. It was then. A girl flipping through magazines in the back window seat glared at Rick. Do you all want to die? Be quiet. I'm sorry. Rick quickly bowed his head. The female student turned her head irritatedly. Come on, she doesn't have to go that far, right? As Simon murmured, Rick quickly put the finger on his lips and shushed Simon. That person is a second-year student. If there was one thing that changed starting this week, it was that the second and third years had finally come back to Kizan. Since the dormitories and campuses where the classes were held were divided by year level, it was rare to meet them during class. However, after class, they could occasionally meet at the campus cafe or library. It was not so clear, but second-year students had a small red mark on the collar of the Kizan school uniform, and third-year students had a gray mark. In particular, the third years were so busy with missions and practical exercises you couldn't really encounter them. The student council and clan management were also organized mainly by the second years. you'd better watch out for the higher years. Rick continued while lowering his voice. The difference in power and authority that first years and second years have are as far apart as the earth from the skies. There's nothing good about being marked by them pointlessly. Even Simon, who was new to school, had that much common sense. The two resumed studying for the exam. The next day, and the day after that too. Whether he was sleeping or lying on his desk, Simon's mind seemed to be spinning with the formulas and knowledge he had learned in class. Some students had nosebleeds in the middle of the class, and others banged their heads on their desks during class due to lack of sleep. But no one gave up. As long as you were part of the group called Kizan, you couldn't escape from the tight tension that strangles your neck. If you couldn't overcome this much pressure, it was wise to leave the school. A few days later, in Jane's beginner dark magic class. The duration of the performance evaluation is 60 minutes. Although it was a performance evaluation before the exam period, there were no complaints from the students. Needless to say, this evaluation had a strong tendency to prepare the students for the midterm exam. It was a class in which the members of the group sat around each other and worked through a giant test paper that was over 2 meters long. Questions from all 8 subjects, excluding beginner dark magic, were included in this test paper. It's certainly advantageous if all 4 members of the team have different majors. Simon glanced around. Students who had overlapping majors were still busy fighting over the things that they'd be doing. Focus. Group leader Maylin stretched out her fingers and elaborately gave instructions. I'll do curses, Cammy's on hemomancy, Rick's on mechanics, and Simon's on summoning. If there's a problem that you don't understand while solving, mark it with a star and move on quickly. Questions that are confusing or you think need a recheck, mark with a triangle. I'll check them out in numerical order. And if you're done solving your own majors, Cammy will cover poisonous alchemy, Simon will cover combat magic, and Rick will cover defense against the holy arts. You got it? In the written test, Maylin's strength was more than half of the rest of them combined, so everyone quickly nodded. There's quite a lot of summoning problems. I can trust you with this, right, Simon? Simon grinned at Maylin's words. Of course. Jane looked at her wristwatch and opened her mouth. Well then. We'll begin the exam. The sound of 16 groups taking off the covers of their test papers was heard. Simon quickly looked for the summoning problems. It was summoning starting from question 41. 41, choose an undead that breeds through reproduction. 2 points. Zombie. Skeleton. Spectre. Ghoul. Lich. Number 4, Ghoul. A special case of undead which sexually reproduces. The babies grow into adults in 1 month, and there's no maternal love toward the parents. Simon quickly checked number 4 and proceeded with the next question. 42. When trying to modify from a normal zombie to a mad zombie, which of the following is incorrect as a detailed formula that can be added to the magic circle? Construction. Rage. Despair. Madness. Convulsion. It's number 5 for sure. There's no reason to use a duplicate formula. The regular zombie formula already has convulsion. The corners of Simon's lips rose. He knew all of them, and he could solve them well. He was so happy that he wanted to scream. So studying was this much fun? It was still vivid in his memory. The utter helplessness he felt in Jane's first test. But now it was different. Simon started solving the problems frantically. Maylin, who was solving a curse formula problem, smiled, looking at him. Humph, looks like he did work hard. During the time of group selection, Simon declared that he'd quit Kizan if he couldn't exceed Maylin's summoning score. Of course, the students around them were listening, but his words weren't compulsory and he could brush it off if Maylin, the party involved, forgave him. Needless to say, I'm not just gonna forgive you. Now Maylin didn't want Simon to leave Kizan. However, she did owe him a debt from the Cyclops performance evaluation. She was planning to overcome Simon in summoning this time and pay off that debt. Obviously, she didn't tell Simon about that. She wanted Simon to study with tension. "Hey, Maylin. Help me with question 25, jet black mechanics," suddenly shouted Rick, interfering. Maylin, who had been looking at Simon with a serious face, quickly turned to look at Rick with an annoyed expression. "I told you to just mark it with a star and move on if you don't get it, you goddamned wuss." "Ugh, I can't. If I can't get this uncomfortable feeling off, it'll affect me solving the other problem. Just give up." Chapter 71. 60 minutes had passed so fast. When Simon solved all 20 summoning questions and was making every effort on combat magic problems with Camabarez, the assistant teacher shouted that there were 5 minutes left in the test. "Just guess the remaining questions. Write down number 5. Shouted Maylin while finishing a short response question. Simon also filled in number 5 for the remaining questions and then returned to the original question where he then ran out the clock. "The exam is over," said Jane. "Everyone, put down your quills. Hands on your head." The assistant teachers went around and retrieved the test papers and answer sheets. The students' gazes, filled with deep regrets, were headed toward the test papers. "Good job, everyone." The assistant teachers then handed out new test papers and answer sheets with explanations. "We'll announce the performance evaluation results after the midterm exams. For the rest of the period, we'll have time to score your answers and identify wrong answers." "Yes." Simon decided to start by checking the group's summoning score. He firmly grabbed the quill with a pounding heart. "Please, go up." He started scoring. Unlike the regular midterm exam, there were only 20 questions, but it was clear that his scores had improved, many problems being correct. Simon started summing up the scores of the correct problems with excitement. And the result was... it went up. 84. It increased by 8 points from the previous score, 76. Obviously it didn't seem like a big improvement compared to the amount of study he had done, but the amount of study required to go up from the 70s to the 80s or even from the 30s to the 40s was at a whole different level. An increase of 8 points was a pretty dramatic improvement, no matter what they say. I'm pretty good. Studying is fun when you get to see your improvements right away like this." He couldn't make a proper comparison because the problems were different, but Maylin's score on the previous test was 85. This was enough to show Simon some hope in the midterm exam. "Hey! Who solved these ones on defense against the holy arts?" Maylin, who was checking, burst into anger. Rick raised his head guiltily. I did. You got 3 questions wrong here in a row. I mean, how can you even get this wrong?" Maylin poured out her fiery rage, and Rick lowered his head with a trifled face. At that moment, Camabarez, who was checking the paper, exclaimed with a wah. 89 on hemomancy. The score went up. "Oh, for real? I love you, Cam3. Maylin hugged her and rejoiced. You could see Rick, who had gotten scolded next to her, stealthily racing his thumb up. Camabarez laughed and raised her thumb too. And just like that, the checking was over. "I expect us to be in the upper ranks overall." Maylin folded her arms. There were points that left a lot to be desired, but we'd be at an advantage seeing as all of us have a different major. "I don't think our ranks will drop." Everyone nodded. And as expected from Professor Jane, the questions were nice. "I think our overall grades will be alright if we thoroughly study what we got wrong here. Don't show these questions to the other classes even if it kills you." And I also asked the class president to take control of the questionnaire. Her happiness made its way up into her eyes before her gaze shifted. "And I'm telling you just in case, I don't think any of the members in my group will ever sell this questionnaire for money." Rick looked guilty, but quickly smiled and said, "Oh, of course. I can bear this much damage for Class A. What's wrong, Rick? Come to think of it, there's another dual evaluation tomorrow." Camabarez, looking jolly, suddenly turned glum and buried her face into the palms of her hands. Simon, on the other hand, was smiling. "You gotta do one at least once a week." We'll be in the upper squad if we win tomorrow, right? Yeep. Phew, Simon, are you confident? Simon crossed his arms in response to Malin's question. It's just like usual. Be very careful about tomorrow's duel eval, Simon, said Rick in a serious tone. Because rumors have spread already that you can use golems, the opponent will probably rush an offensive attack from the beginning. I guess so. Now. Malin clapped her hands. The duel evaluation is also very important, so we'll focus only on it tonight. Let's finish ours quickly and study for the midterm exam. Yes, Malin. Okay. *****. The next day, the day of the duel evaluation. The third indoor stadium. Contrary to last week's heat, the audience seat was a bit silent. Next week was also the midterm exam, so for the sake of managing the students' stress during this exam period, scouts from outside were banned from entering the school. Rick, Malin, and Camabaras also had duel evaluations, all in different stadiums. An empty atmosphere like this felt more comfortable. Simon took a note packed with things to memorize and began to study the formulas. He couldn't waste even a short bit of free time like this. Simon Polentia from Class A, Jessica Canonor from Class C. Please proceed to the stadium. Simon, who had been waiting in advance, got up immediately and went to the stadium. An opponent was walking in from the other side as well. Jessica was a female student with freckles and green hair. The servants ran out and put protective suits on them. Then, the referee made a gesture. Please shake hands. Jessica approached near to shake hands. However, Simon didn't take his eyes off the notes until the moment she approached. Then, as they got closer, he put down the notebook and held out his hand with a smile. Studying for the midterm in the midst of this? What a weirdo. Jessica forced a smile and shook hands with Simon. The two now slowly went a distance apart. When Jessica glanced back, Simon had buried his face in the notebook again. So you're ignoring a person in this way because you're a special admission number one? Jessica felt like she was being provoked a little. After a while, the two of them stood facing each other. Now then. We'll begin the duel evaluation between Simon Polentia and Jessica Canonor. The referee's arm dropped. Begin the match. Simon took out 3 skeletons while covering his face with a notebook, making Jessica's face stiffen up. There's a limit to belittling a person. She immediately prepared dark magic in the palm of her hand. Simon didn't show any sudden movements other than advancing to formation, so she successfully completed the spell. Poison fog. The green sphere created by Jessica began to spew out poison fog in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire stadium was filled with green smoke. The smoke was only thick in the central area Simon was in, and it didn't reach the audience seat thanks to the magic barrier. Oh. Simon finally took his eyes off his notes and looked around. A poisonous alchemy aspirant. There was no information about the opponent this time. In order to not put too much pressure on Rick during the midterm, Simon refused him looking for the information in advance. The protective suit covering Simon's body repeatedly turned red and blue. It meant that he was continuously taking damage. Simon Polentia, 97%. Jessica Canonor, 100%. So this is how she fights. Laying a poison fog and gnawing at the opponent's stamina, the Necromancer focusing on defending and countering. Is that her plan? Simon also placed the notebook in his hand into his subspace. Seeing this, Jessica made a satisfied smile. Asterisk. That's right. You should have realized that it's not time for you to study for the mid. But as soon as he put the notebook in, a new notebook popped out. This is lucky. This time, it was a notebook for poisonous alchemy. Poison fog. A classic problem in poisonous alchemy. A wide-range spell that can result in various effects to the opponent through the combination of poisons. Vulnerable to wind-based jet black elemental magic, and the runes and formulas used are. As Simon studied for the exam, the first exam he had studied for in his life, he realized one important fact. There were countless things to memorize in Kizun, but you couldn't memorize all of them by locking yourself in the study hall all day and putting them in your head. So, what Simon discovered was the association method. A method of imagining a character in mind by connecting it to a certain event or situation. The most important point was that the content to be memorized shouldn't be taken as the language itself. It was really easy to recall if he translated it into something like a living situation and understood it. Therefore, studying poisonous alchemy in the current situation was something that Simon couldn't afford to miss. If he revised poisonous alchemy here, just recalling the battle with Jessica would remind him of everything. As Simon began to memorize the words with half of his consciousness distracted, Jessica, the opponent, was dumbfounded. Now, rather than feeling provoked, she was angry. Ugh, so cheeky. I just want to run up to him and beat the shit out of. And no. Don't be swayed. This was Kizun. Putting your opponent off on their guard and provoking them was definitely a part of psychological warfare. This should undoubtedly be an act to shake up my composure. And isn't it a good thing if the opponent looks down on me and gets careless? Don't fall for provocations. I just have to put him in his place with my skills. Anyway, his barrier gauge keeps on going down. If I just hold like this, then... SSSHHHK. Suddenly, an arrow flew in front of her face. Jessica moved her head, narrowly avoiding it. That startled me. Cold sweat dripped down her back. Before she knew it, 3 skeletons holding bows were standing behind Simon's back. Her eyes widened dramatically. Skeleton archers. He can already use them? Looks like the news that he's a summoning aspirant who can use golems wasn't just a baseless rumor. Then, Simon, who was burying his face in his notes, stretched out his arm. The archers went blank as the skeletons in the front rushed at Jessica once more. Calm down. She held a magic circle in her right hand and pulled out a poison potion with her left. As soon as she put the potion on top of the magic circle, the bottle shattered, and the poison in it gathered up. She grabbed it with both her hands and swung it with all her might. Poison whip. A whip made of both jet black and poison spread out and shattered 3 skeletons at once. Then, Simon raised his index finger. Restore. However, the shattered bones only flinched, and there was no reaction. Simon put down his notebook a little and looked ahead. Every part of the skeletons' bodies were dyed purple. Cabra's poison drastically reduces the jet black sensitivity. Jessica grinned. Especially when it comes into contact with a skeleton. It neutralizes the remaining jet black in the bones, making it impossible to restore for a short period of time. You didn't know this, didn't you? It was a move that Jessica had been preparing to deal with summoning aspirants. Seeing that cheeky special admission number 1 with that stunned face, she felt refreshed and snobbish. Oh, I see. Simon took out a quill from the subspace with pure admiration. Cabra's poison reduces jet black sensitivity. Then, he started taking notes. Seeing this, Jessica's forehead wrinkled. Am not your... 3 jet black arrow magic circles began to form in front of her at a tremendous speed. Midterm exam teacher. The moment she was about to command the magic circles to eject, the skeleton archer arrows passed through her magic circles. Her eyes widened sharply. The magic circles started to crumble and collapse as though broken. The important points of the jet black arrow, muttered Simon. Quick casting. Easy multicasting. Excellent penetrating power. The core rune language is projection. When writing the ejection formula, beware of confusing it with the elasticity formula, and... Simon's cold gaze turned towards the magic circle. Be careful of damage to the uniting formula on the left side. You. Simon took out new skeletons from the subspace and made them run. This time, all 3 were armed with spears and shields. Jessica bit her lip and pulled out a potion again to prepare for Poison Whip. The important points of Poison Whip. The 3 skeletons threw the spears held in their hands. It has a fixed magic circle that collapses when the coordinates of the magic circle are shifted. Jessica threw herself away in fright. The spear's tip brushed against her body, and another one hit her thigh. Her barrier gauge was deducted, and the magic circle she was preparing was also destroyed. Kook! Jessica, who had been staggered, was trying to re-ready herself, but a spear from out of the blue flew into her back. Kaya. Xianxia the Nefire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Simon Polantia, 85%. Jessica Canonor, 52%. She went down to a knee and looked back quickly. Before she knew it, a skeleton's arms and shoulders had formed on the floor. Don't tell me. Did he restore the parts that didn't get hit by the poison whip so it could pick up a spear that fell on the floor and throw it? The offense had only just begun. Simon's command was so dazzling that anyone would be left wide-eyed. When deploying a jet black arrow targeting an opponent running at 6%. If 1/3 of the arm and torso are judged to be impossible to restore, what'll happen if you choose all the correct countermeasures for the caster? If you change the jet black composition of the skeletons. Simon murmured formulas and composed problems, predicting and figuring out all of Jessica's movements and attacks. Simon himself was also surprised. Study and real fight were never separate things. As the theory was applied to practice, it helped him to make rational decisions. The effort during this exam period made Simon's movement more sophisticated. Simon Polantia, 76%. Jessica Canonor, 37%. At this rate. Jessica clenched her teeth. She'd be knocked out before poison fog could knock Simon down. All of the dark magic she was using was fully seen through by Simon, and now she had to make a decision. I heard that you're strong at combat magic, but... She ran to Simon, fists clasped with jet black. This is the only way I have left. Arrows from the skeleton archers flew from behind Simon, who was still covering his face with the notebook. She took the arrows with her body and rushed in. Aya. Gathering all her strength, her fist rushed toward the notebook-covered Simon. At that moment, she lost Simon. She thought he had disappeared, and her fist flung through the air in vain. Simon's body moved like lightning and went down close to the ground before rotating as if sweeping around him. Soon, his leg rose like a pole and kicked up into her stomach. With great force, her body flew straight into the air. Simon stood up, straightening his stance, and raised his arm over his head. Rattle. Rattle. The skeleton bones scattered on the ground floated as though alive. With Simon clenching his fist as a signal. Simon Polantia original bone nail. PSSSSSHHHHHK. It flew toward her from all directions at a frightening speed. She couldn't dodge them in the air. Jessica closed her eyes in resignation as she looked at the bones flying toward her. Simon Polantia, 72%. Jessica Canonor, 0%. The match is over. Jessica fell helplessly to the floor, and the referee shouted. The winner is Simon Polantia from Class A. Chapter 72. Uhuhu. Jessica couldn't get up for a moment after falling to the floor along with the bones. She was feeling embarrassed and ashamed. She got impatient and was provoked by the opponent's actions, and in the end, she ended up like this by engaging in combat magic. No. In fact, it must have all been induced by the opponent. With all her skills blocked, all she could do was clench her fists and charge like a bull. A complete defeat in both skill and the psychological warfare. The gap in skill was that huge. So he'll be placed on the lower squad now. I guess it's better this way. The upper squad would be swarming with monsters like him. When she was letting out a deep sigh while finding the silver lining, Simon approached. Are you all right? He knelt down on one knee, smiled warmly, and held out his hand. Jessica's eyes flickered back and forth between Simon's outstretched hand and his smiling face, her own face blank. Then, suddenly, a mass of emotion surged up, and tears formed in her eyes. Why you? You disrespectful bastard. screamed Jessica through her tears. Simon flinched and leaned his head back. You must think you're the only smart person in the world, huh? The audacity to ignore your opponent. To still win the duel. And what, now you're trying to be all nice at the end? You bastard. And no. You're the worst. She ran out of the stadium crying. Simon looked at Jessica's back with rapt attention as she ran away for a moment. Mr. Then, the referee approached Simon. We need to proceed with the next duel, so please vacate the stadium now. Ah, yes. With a sheepish face, Simon asked the referee while scratching his head. Was I a bit too harsh a while ago? The referee laughed cheerfully as though Simon had said something ridiculous. It was very Kizun-like. It's been a while since I saw a straightforward match like this. Haha. It was the first time that the term Kizun-like felt this uncomfortable. As Simon was about to head back, the female manager who was mopping the floor softly said. Honestly, it was a little bit too much. Haha. Simon covered his face with his palms. He was so immersed in his situation that he couldn't pay attention to the other person's feelings at all. I guess I'll have to apologize to her personally tomorrow. ******. Now all that was left was the midterm exam. The weekend especially was hell. After hearing Rick's information, Simon started lining up at the library at 4 a.m., but a massive line had already formed. After waiting 2 more hours, the library door opened, and a huge bottleneck effect happened. Some students soared by stepping on jet black or running across walls, and a few necromancy aspirants passed through walls with their ethereal form. Seats were filled in 20 minutes, and Simon managed to get a seat in the corner before it was too late. And again, it was just study. The library was open all day and all night during the exam period. You were able to concentrate on studying without thinking about anything else. Because Simon was stuck in the library the whole time, the weekend passed like lightning, and the midterm exam started right away. A total of 8 subjects were tested, and 2 subjects were tested per day, 2 hours being given for each subject. Number 2 for question 8. Number 2. Kaya. I got it right. Hey, isn't this number 4? Resistance is created here, blocking the flow of mana, right? You dumbass. Why would there be resistance if this is a direct formula? Ack. I didn't notice that it's a direct formula. Once a test was done, the students flocked to mail in or other smart students. Simon saw himself getting interested without realizing it, but there was no time to grade himself. He went back to the library. He had to study. Studying was the only way to live. Everyone said that the exam period was hell, but it wasn't that bad for Simon. Everyone was moving toward a single goal without caring about anything else. There was no harming or interfering with anyone. It was just seeing your own growth and climbing up. Simon liked this friendly atmosphere of competition. And just like that, we are free. The defense against the holy arts and combat magic exams scheduled for the last day were over. As soon as the bell signifying the end of the test rang, the students all gave broad smiles and pumped their fists. Rick climbed onto the desk with a quill in his mouth, pulled up his shirt, and celebrated while half shirtless, but he was flatly beaten up by Maylin. Everyone was going wild with the joy of liberation, but Simon quietly leaned his back against the chair and enjoyed the lingering feeling. I actually really did do my best. Hey. Simon. Maylin approached while folding her hands behind her back. Did you do well on summoning? I hope to still see you in Kizun, though. When she playfully asked that, Simon sighed. For real, if I could just go back to a month ago, I would hit myself hard in the head. I've realized how carefree my words were. To surpass Malin's summoning score of 85. He thought he could simply get over that 10, but 10 points was a ridiculously large difference. Simon. Camabaras looked at Simon with a worried look. If Maylin won and forced Simon to walk out of school, she was planning to prevent it from happening, even if that meant begging to mail in. Mail-in was also bewildered. She started it as a joke, but why was he taking it so seriously? Don't tell me did you screw your summoning up? Nah. Simon smiled. In the end, I'll win. Ack, what was that? Mail-in burst into laughter, and the mood brightened again. While they were talking about where to go on the weekend and what to eat, Rick stuck his head out. I'm sorry to disturb you while you guys are planning, but I have an important issue. Wanna hear? What is it? Rick looked around and made sure no one was listening, then said in a secretive tone. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After this weekend is over, the whole first year may go to the island next week. Island survival. Malin's face seriously stiffened at those words, and Simon and Camabaras looked at each other with puzzled eyes. What's that? Rick let out a creepy smile and waved his fingers. It's a project where they drop the entire first year on an island swarming with monsters and make them survive for 4 days. It's also called the Island Survival Assessment. For 4 days? Camabaras gripped her shoulders in horror. After entering the island, you have to take care of all food and shelter yourself, and you have to hunt monsters and earn points. You can even get points by fighting students. Naturally, as expected from Kizan, the students who rank the lowest are expelled. Ah. Contrary to Camabara's trembling in fear, Simon's eyes were shining. What's with you this time? No, Simon couldn't hide the corners of his lips rising and continued to speak. That sounds hella fun, doesn't it? Are you serious? Yeah. A deserted island, camping, hunting, and surviving against monster attacks. Wow, I love it all. Simon had lots of experience like that in the rugged mountains of Les Hill. On the other hand, Rick and Camabaras looked as though they couldn't understand Simon in the slightest. By the way, are you sure about that information? Interrupted Malin. How do you even know about Kizan's schedule? Nah. Rick waved his hand. Of course, it's not 100%. It's still in the speculation stage. Speculation based on what? First of all, the servants are secretly taking out tongue pads from the warehouse. The tongue pad was a device that students would wear on their arms when taking large-scale performance assessments such as island survival. With this, you could check your points and more. And I heard that, 2 days ago, all of the teleporting team at Kizan headquarters moved to the school and started working on a large-scale project, bringing in a lot of magic circle ingredients from Roshist. Some professors even made vacation reservations for next week. There's obviously a class next week, but why a sudden vacation reservation? Isn't it kinda obvious? Everyone was surprised by the quality of the plausible information. Rick crossed his arms and gave himself airs. Hee, having this much strength and information is the basics for surviving the tough world. Amazing. Rick, how do you know so many things going around in Kizan? After being filled with pride when Camabaras looked at him with admiration, Rick said. For confidentiality reasons, I can't really share my core information route, but well, first of all, I try to be friends with all the servants of Kizan, you know? Even if they find me overwhelming at first, I follow around them, treating them like they're my brothers and sisters, sometimes giving them pocket money or buying them meals, and even lending my name as a Kizan student at times. Simon nodded his head. When he hung around with Rick, most of the servants talked comfortably with Rick, a Kizan student. SEA the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Students from noble families think of servants as helpers, and they don't really care, right? However, servants are the source of information. Alright. You've got such a big head. Malin turned her head and scoffed through her nose. This time, Simon opened his mouth. So, what should we prepare if that performance assessment is happening? I wonder. I believe we just have to power up like how we usually prepare for a dual evaluation. Oh, and... Rick cried out in a moment of genius. Survival skills. You know, those things like building a shelter, making a fire, skinning, carving the hunts, and identifying edible herbs. The faces of the two girls suddenly darkened. That's true. We might end up having to eat monsters. Mei Lin, who was always full of confidence, showed herself faltering. Camabras also had a pale complexion. Can't we just starve for a few days? Do you think that's as easy as it sounds? Plus, if you starve yourself, you won't have strength, making it hard for you to resist the attacks of monsters and other students. You have to eat to survive. After understanding the situation, the two's faces gradually darkened. On the other hand, it's gonna be so much fun. Simon had a good complexion. The three of them looked at him like they couldn't understand Simon at all. This won't do, said Mei Lin. I'm going down to Roche's to eat monster meat this weekend. Rick giggled. You think something will change if you eat those things sold in public? There's a difference between the dishes prepared by the chefs and the ones eaten on the actual site. Whatever. My taste might change a little. Now that you mention it. When Simon opened his mouth, everyone's gazes gathered. Remember that meat soup we ate at Professor Hong Feng's hut? That one. That was super delicious. It crosses my mind now and then. Simon grinned and continued. Actually, she told me that it was made from monster meat. The eyes of the three of them lit up. Hey! Mei Lin flew towards Simon and grabbed his collar, shaking him. Please try contacting Professor Hong Feng to teach us some tricks. The professor is especially fond of you. She shook Simon, her face pleading. Simon said with a bitter smile. I don't know if it'll work or not, but I'll try sending her a letter. Why, you're being serious, right? I beg you, Simon. And the next day, Hong Feng's reply did actually arrive. Chapter 73. A golden weekend morning after midterms. The main gate of Kizan was crowded with students trying to go down to Roche's. On one side of the gate, a long line of carriages that had received reservations were waiting. Students who wanted to go picnicking in the valley or on the beach were bargaining with the wagoners. And if there were students who were excited, looking forward to such a happy holiday. For real. What's this? There were also students hanging on to running wild hippos since the weekend morning. Mei Lin was making a long face. I was crazy. Secret technique of cooking monsters, my ass. To be in this kind of situation on this golden weekend. Mei Lin wanted to strike her past self in the head like a certain other person once said. It started like this. Mei Lin and Camabras begged Simon to learn Hong Feng's monster cuisine, and Simon sent a letter to Hong Feng. Hong Feng gladly responded to the letter and informed him of the time and meeting place. When Simon and his comrades arrived at the meeting point after finishing their preparations, 4 hippos were grazing around. And that was it. Hey, Mei Lin. Aren't you in a dangerous position in many ways right now? Rick, hanging on the hippo behind her, teased her as usual, but Mei Lin responded as though finding him pathetic. I'm wearing shorts today, you crazy bastard. How did you not fall for this? I'll see you after I get off this thing, honestly. She growled and pulled Rick down with force before stealthily turning her head. Camabras was now hanging on with a resigned look, and Simon was. It pisses me off that he, yet again, is the only one riding it well. Simon held the hippo's body with his 2 legs and kept his balance sitting upright. Only the assistants rode like that. It was a whole different level of stability. After going through such a difficult time, the 4 finally arrived at their destination. Huff. Phew. Whoa, that was so tiring. We just got here, but we're already out of energy. Rick gasped for air as he rested his hands on his knees. Mei Lin and Camabras were already lying on the grass. Simon was the only one standing upright and checking Hong Feng's letter. Let's take a short break and depart right away. Hong Feng said that it wasn't difficult to teach the recipe for cooking monster, but she needed prey. So, she suggested hunting a monster called a nusselak. It was some kind of a mission. According to Hong Feng, the Nuzlocke was an invasive species and was disturbing the forests of Roke Island. It was a monster that originally lived inland. Still, somehow it came to Roke Island, and its population increased drastically due to its tremendous eating habits and reproductive rate. Hong Feng's mission was to capture the leader of the Nuzlocke. She mentioned that the monster would be butchered and eaten after the hunt was over, so capturing the boss monster as unscathed as possible was important. No matter how much I think about it, it feels like we were handed work," muttered Mei Lin as she stood up. Simon said in a soft voice as though comforting her. "Professor Hong Feng must have her ways of thinking. It's a win-win, since we can practice hunting monsters too." "That's true." "Simon." Camabaras rushed towards Simon. "What is it, Cammy?" Hiding behind Simon's back, she stretched out her hand, a tense expression on her face. "Oh, over there." Simon's head turned. Perhaps they smelled the scent of humans. 3 Nuzlocke were prowling around and approaching them. They had a short and blunt body, their whole body was covered with turquoise hair, and their faces looked like a mix between a gorilla and a pig. "I'm gonna go insane. Do we have to eat something like that today?" scowled Mei Lin, and Rick chuckled. "I think it's going to be pretty good. Might taste like monkey meat. I've never tried that." Gurg. The Nuzlocke started rushing toward them. "Ah, come to think of it." Simon turned his head and looked at his group members. The members, busy preparing dark spells, opened their eyes wide and looked at Simon as if wondering if there was something wrong. "This is the first time we've all properly fought together." There were restrictions on the set position in the Cyclops performance assessment, but it was different today. A stage where everyone could fully put their strengths together and fight. Simon felt strangely excited by that fact and turned his head back to the front. "I'll start." Simon pulled the virtual lever. He took out skeletons armed with spears and shields from the subspace one by one. A skeleton with a shield rushed forward and clashed with a Nuzlocke. The Nuzlocke's main weapon was its sharp claws and teeth. While the shield skeletons blocked the attack, a skeleton with a spear turned around and thrust its spear. Sir the Nellfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The tip of the spear stabbed the Nuzlocke's body. However, it couldn't pierce through because of the beast's strong muscles. "Excuse me." At that moment, Rick approached with gentle movement and lightly touched the skeleton's spear. Enchant. The spear was dyed black, and it pierced through the Nuzlocke's body before coming out the other end. The monster's eyes flipped over and drooped. "Be careful, more of them are coming from the left and right." "We know." As Mei Lin, standing on the right, swung her arms, black flames spread across the Nuzlocke, leaving them writhing in agony. "Hiya!" Camabaras could be seen firing blood bullets from a kneeling position on Simon's left. The moment the blood bullets hit a Nuzlocke's body, a red explosion boomed out. It had the destructive power to shatter the upper half of the monster with one blow. Simon also moved. He pulled out 3 skeleton archers from the subspace, and Simon himself also took out the gold bow he got for free from the weapon shop. Load. Simon and the skeletons simultaneously loaded an arrow into their bows and pulled their strings taut. Fire. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Simon naturally released the power in his right hand holding the arrow along with the command, not 1 but 4 arrows flew at the same time. Soon, they stuck into a Nuzlocke running toward him. 2 shots to the head and 2 to the chest. It died and collapsed right away. Reload. Simon and the skeleton archers reloaded their arrows in unison. Fire. This time, the arrows flew in different directions. Nuzlocke approaching through the bushes were hit by arrows one by one and collapsed. On the front. They keep on coming from the front, shouted Rick. More than 6 Nuzlocke were rushing all at once from the grass. Seeing that, Mei Lin said, "Simon. Cammy and I have enough firepower, so please pay more attention to tanking." "Okay." One of the strengths of summoners was that they could move flexibly depending on the battle situation. Simon put the archers back into the subspace and resummoned the normal skeletons. He lined up 6 skeletons with shields using cross-operation. Enchant is going in. Rick took out a shield from his subspace, enchanted it, and gave it to the skeleton without a shield, completing the defensive line in the blink of an eye. The Nusselaks who rushed and immediately slammed into the line of shields with their whole bodies, but Simon clenched his teeth and maintained the formation. Hang in there. He repeatedly alternated between the thoughts of skeletons 1, 3, and 5, and then the thoughts of 2, 4, and 6. Since the skeleton's defenses loosened in those few seconds when his thoughts were cut off, he had to endure it with cross-operation. I won't last long. Back off now, Simon. Simon raised his head. Mei Lin, who had soared high in the sky before he realized it, was clutching a burning black flame in the palm of her hand. She spun in a circle once and swung her arm straight down. Dark flare. Dark flames fell on the heads of the Nusselaks, causing a massive explosion. However, the skeletons retreated safely, avoiding getting caught up. A near-perfect level of control. Charred ashes crumbled in front of the shields. Nice, Mei Lin. That's nothing. After gently descending to the ground, she smiled while combing her hair back under her ear. Gururuf. Just then, a Nusselak ran toward her from behind her back. She looked back, flicking her sky-blue hair around. Immediately, a red explosion erupted from the monster's body, and it fell to its knees. In the distance, Kamiburas was seen lowering her hand. Thank you, Kami. Yeah. Simon and his comrades started marching forward after overcoming the crisis. They went deep into the forest, defeating each of the Nusselaks that came out one by one. Could it be because of the Cyclops performance assessment? The 4 people worked in harmony, and it was almost perfect. Whoa, it's no joke, said Rick, who cut through a Nusselak's body while looking behind him. One side of the forest was completely dyed black by Mei Lin's firepower. By the way, Mei Lin, is it okay to use fire-based dark magic like that in a thick forest like this? What if you cause a forest fire? Dumbass. Mei Lin frowned while drawing a magic circle. The flames of the jet-black elemental system are artificially materialized flames, so they will go away over time. Ah, I see. So you piss off too, please. Yo, a good roast right there. Gosh. Meanwhile, Kamiburas was gasping for breath, looking as though she had used too much blood. She was also feeling slightly anemic, and her head was starting to feel dizzy. Kami, are you all right? Simon quickly approached her and checked her condition. Her gaze went toward the smooth nape below Simon's face for a moment. Her heart throbbed frantically all of a sudden, and she felt very thirsty. Her mouth opened on its own and she felt a twinge in the ridge of her nose. Just once. Just once will do. Let me put my fangs in there and take as much as I want. Kami? Ah. Startled, she backed off to a seated position and covered her mouth. Simon tilted his head. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just that I'm a little dizzy. Then let's take a break. Simon waved to Rick and Mei Lin, who were going ahead, signaling a break. They both nodded, also feeling the need to take a break. Ugh, what's wrong with me? Kamiburas buried her face in the palms of her hands. It had been almost 5 years since she felt the instincts of a vampire. She thought she had completely suppressed them now, but Simon continued to shake those thoughts of hers. Kami. Are you all right? Mei Lin came running, but Kamiburas forced a smile and said that she was fine. Meanwhile, Rick was looking at the traces on the floor. There's a good chance that the head Nusselak is around here. I see more footprints that are much bigger than the usual Nusselaks. I think it was here until very recently. Is that so? Simon took out something large from the subspace and dropped it on the floor. It was nothing other than the golem's core. Then I'll prepare the golem while we're taking a break. Let's break through the forest with this in one go. Oh, good idea. Simon dug a little in the ground with his hands and placed the golem's core in the hole. Soon after connecting the golem's core to his thoughts, he began to form jet black. The soil began to stick to the golem's core like a magnet. It was the first time seeing a golem being made for everyone, so they watched with fascination. As 1/3 of the golem was completed, unusually loud footsteps could be heard. Rick drew his sword and shouted, "Everyone, be careful. Something is coming this way." Chapter 74. The footsteps were getting faster and faster. Simon and his party jumped up from their seats and stayed alert. Soon, a monster tore through the surrounding bushes and leapt out. It was bigger than any other Nuzlocke they had ever seen. "That's the boss." "Indeed. It's pretty huge." It was 2 heads taller than the normal, small Nuzlockes, and countless wounds could be seen on its body. Hair didn't grow where it had been scratched, exposing its ugly bare skin. Gruug. Gruuro. It lowered its stance. Unlike its front, where its fat belly protruded, its back looked thin and flexible enough that you could even see the spine. Its gaze was directed at the golem core. While Simon was preparing the golem, it sensed the jet black around him shaking, so it appeared. "It's coming." The Nuzlocke rushed in. Simon also ran forward and said, "Rick. Shield." "Okay." Rick threw the enchanted shield to Simon. Simon grabbed the shield by the handle and pulled it to the end of his chin before clashing with the Nuzlocke. "Yua." Simon was pushed back in the battle of strength and got sent flying. Perhaps because of the impact, the soil on the golem's still being completed arm crumbled to the ground. "Simon," said Rick as he grabbed his sword and rushed in. "Leave this guy to us and focus on completing the golem." "Got it. I'll cover you." As Simon retreated, Kamaburas fired blood bullets. Seeing a flying projectile, the Nuzlocke lightly jumped to the side and dodged it, sending a chill down Rick's spine. Contrary to how it looks, its reflexes are good. The Nuzlocke moved again, aiming for the golem. Rick ran straight ahead and tried to stop him, but there was a girl who jumped into the air faster than him. As she beckoned, black fire poured down like rain. The nearby grass burst into flame, and the Nuzlocke seemed to back away. "I'm telling you that we're going to eat that. Please hold back your burning." With Rick's shout, Malin got furious and turned to look at him. "Is that really the problem right now?" "No, other than that, even if we're eating it, we'll cook it on a fire anyway." The Nuzlocke started running in the opposite direction, where there was no fire. Malin and Rick were also running after the Nuzlocke, and Rick nodded with a serious face. "Come to think of it, you're right. If we consider it as pre-grilled, then." "Focus, you crazy bastard." "I'm always focused." The Nuzlocke stamped hard on the ground and jumped high enough to soar over the both of them. Seeing this, Rick took something out of the subspace and threw it backward while spinning his body. A pure white net spread over a wide area in the air, covering the front of the Nuzlocke floating in the air, and Rick immediately cast a dark spell. Enchant. The entire net was dyed with jet black. With nimble movements, Rick pulled out a metal stake, stabbed it to the ground, and hung the net on the stake. "Move." Malin gathered jet black on her elbow and slammed it straight onto the stake. With a thud, the stakes were driven deep into the ground. "Ow." She frowned and rubbed her elbows. Rick quickly lifted his head and looked at the Nuzlocke. The net was pulled taut, and eventually, the tired Nuzlocke fell to the ground. It worked. "We got it." However, there were parts where the enchantment wasn't done properly due to the nature of the net, it being so large and full of holes. After skillfully finding a torn part, the Nuzlocke ran out and rushed toward Simon. "Rick. This stupid ass really just..." Noise resembling the crack of thunder sounded out before Malin even finished her words, and the Nuzlocke's body flew away, ragdolling. Soon, it smashed into a few trees and rolled over to the ground. Everyone opened their mouths and looked back. "Did I make you wait?" Simon smiled with his fist outstretched. Above him, a large mud golem was taking the same stance as Simon. Wahaha. Nice save, Simon. I'm counting on you to finish it, Simon. And Rick, I'll see you later. Gruug. Gruo. The Nuzlocke, covered in blood and lying on the floor, jumped up and rushed forward, screaming with anger. Why thank you. If you're coming at me. Simon took a fighting stance. The Nuzlocke leaped forward with all his might toward the mud golem, its nails tripling in length. It made 3 claw marks on the golem's body. But that was it. The mud golem raised its arms overhead, hands clasped together. Ah, Simon, said Rick. I'm saying this again, but that's our dinner today, so go EAS. The golem's clasped hands slammed the Nuzlocke down with enough force to create a cloud of dust, and a deep hole was left in the ground. Ouch. Kaya. Rick and Camabarez, who were close, jumped back. Meanwhile, the Nuzlocke trembled as though it was still alive despite that impact. This time, the mud golem raised its leg. It then continued to trample the beast. Looking at this, Rick nodded with a serious face. I guess we can just make stir-fried ground meat. Why are you so obsessed with eating all of a sudden? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. They successfully completed Hong Feng's mission. After hunting the boss and cleaning up the rest of the monsters, Simon and his comrades were now resting and waiting. While they were having a nice little chat, someone came to them through the bushes. So you were here. A man with suntanned brown skin, short crew-cut hair, and a somewhat glum look. It was Brett, an assistant teacher under Hong Feng. Thank you for your effort. I have finished installing the teleport magic circle, so let's proceed to where Professor Hong Feng is waiting. Yes. Search asterisk the novel _fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It was finally over. Everyone followed after Brett, talking peacefully. A magic circle was spread out on the floor beyond the bushes. Thank you, assistant teacher. I'll go ahead. Maylin, Rick, and Camabarez stepped through the magic circle. Finally, when Simon was about to step through the magic circle. Hold on. Brett raised his arm and blocked Simon. You, spare me some time to talk. Just a moment will do. Simon turned to him. Well, if you have something to say, why don't you say it after we move on? Brett let out an annoyed sigh and raised his right arm. A whole tree fell down with a crackling sound, creating a haze of dust behind him. Hey. Brett's eyes turned furious. I'm not gonna say it again. Fuck being an assistant teacher or Kizan student or whatever. I'm asking you to talk with me man to man. Looking at his air, it seemed that he was fully determined. Simon nodded his head, thinking that it wouldn't be possible to go through him easily. All right. Then please take the lead. The two stood facing each other a short distance from the teleport magic circle. Huh, kids these days are so damn fucking mannerless. Something I couldn't even dare to imagine back in my day is happening. Please let me know if I have done anything wrong. I'll actually kill you. Brett frowned hard. Who are you to give Professor Hong Feng some work? Huh? The fuck? Could you teach us survival skills? Ha ha ha. Fucking nonsense, for real. Is Professor Hong Feng your private tutor or something? Simon still had a smile on his lips as he spoke. I think you're exceeding your authority for an assistant teacher to talk about things between the professor and me. Of course, I'm really sorry that we unintentionally called you on the weekend to pick us you. Simon shut his mouth. The stone that Brett had kicked was stuck in the tree next to Simon. A hole was punched in on the tree, and whitish smoke was coming out. Do you think I called you for something like that? Brett pointed his thick finger at Simon. You're fucking playing with Professor Hong Feng's heart right now. What? Huh. This bastard isn't even aware of it. Brett spat on the ground. The world seems so easy since you're a special admission number 1, right? I know that. The professor offered you a seat as a direct disciple, and you're using that as bait to use the professor. What kind of bullshit was this guy talking about? You fucking filthy bastard. Do you even know how kind-hearted the professor is? You're tricking a person's heart by using the direct disciple as a buy. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Simon cut him off and corrected him. The professor indeed offered me direct discipleship, but I immediately turned it down. Brett's eyes widened. You declined? Yes. I didn't vaguely brush it off but clearly expressed my intention to refuse. The professor respected my decision and said she personally wondered how far I could go. And even if I'm not her direct disciple, she told me that I can always ask her if I need her help as a disciple. So, it's not true that I'm playing with the professor's heart as you said, assistant teacher. Brett didn't say anything, and Simon immediately continued. The last time we were invited to the hut, Professor suggested it first, thankfully. Again, Hey. The corners of Brett's lips twisted. Are you seriously telling me that bullshit? Then, are you saying that Professor Hong Feng is deliberately working for nothing? Does that make any sense? Brett hit his chest. I have served the professor for 5 years. For 5 damn years. I know the professor's thoughts better than anyone. What does a 1-month-old freshman know to be able to blabber something? Simon smirked. This wouldn't do. He was the type that didn't listen. Head keeps saying he's right no matter what I say. Nah. Simon felt a fighting spirit emanating from Brett's body. From the first time he approached Simon, he had no intention of talking it out. Wear it. Brett took something out of his subspace and threw it at Simon. It was a protective suit. It's a high-purity protective suit that's on a whole different level from the one used in dual evaluation or simulation. There's no need to argue with each other. Let's just decide with this one. Brett waved his fist. If you can hit me at least once before the protective suit's barrier breaks, then this didn't happen, and I'll do whatever you want, whether it's an apology, compensation, or retirement. Then, what if I don't get to land a hit? Brett paused for a moment. Then, he took a deep breath. Accept Professor Hong Feng's offer to be her direct disciple. Simon's eyes widened. This is quite unexpected. He thought Brett was a typical idiot who was blinded by jealousy, but did he find Hong Feng more important than his own feelings? I feel sorry for that, but... Simon scratched the side of his head. Imposing your thoughts on others by any means is a lowly, garbage act. And... Simon put on the protective suit. I have no intention of backing down when it comes to a fight. I have to turn the situation around while pretending to face him for a while. Simon's head began to work extremely hard. Chapter 75. The corners of Brett's lips rose. At least you're high-spirited. Here I go. Brett stamped down on the dirt and rushed forward, and Simon just watched, his eyes wide open. His movement was peculiar. It was extremely intimidating to see a man the size of a gorilla approaching him while twisting his body from side to side. A right straight punch. The moment Simon's head was about to move, Brett's arm reached in front of Simon without any mid-movement. A tsunami-like impact passed the barrier and struck his face. Simon clenched his fist at the same time he took the blow and thrust it, but Brett had lowered his stance already and was moving towards Simon's left. A fist hit his right. Another went into his left. Kook. Simon staggered and stepped back. Each blow could have made him faint or even die if it weren't for the protective suit he was wearing. Ha ha ha. What are you doing? Simon wiped his lips and somehow followed the movement of his opponent. This bastard, is he actually trying to win against me? Seeing that, Brett was speechless. To be frank, it was a fight that made no sense, even for Brett himself. No matter what the excuses were, this was a situation in which an assistant teacher who had worked at Kizan for 5 years was beating up a first-year freshman. Anyone who heard this story would criticize him. He had no excuses to make, even if they called this bullying or simply blowing off steam. Nevertheless. My anger will never subside if I don't do this. A clean hit pierced his abdomen. Simon's body was greatly bent, and a following elbow strike from Brett hit Simon in the back of the head and knocked him to the floor. This bastard will become Professor Hong Feng's direct disciple. Then he'll have to fix his manners even more now. The moment Brett raised his leg and tried to trample Simon's head, Simon instead twisted toward Brett's ankle and grabbed it. What the? At the same time, Simon's two legs wrapped around Brett's legs like a curling snake, and he applied force by turning his body in a connecting motion. Brett's body swayed and he was placed in a position where his back was turned. Grappling? And the skeleton that came out of Simon's subspace threw a spear at Brett. Look at this bastard. It was an unstable posture, but Brett quickly gathered jet black on his palm and exploded it. An application of wind wave, a skill in combat magic. The harsh wind blew away both the spear and the skeleton. Meanwhile, Simon released Brett's leg and escaped to the other side. Pretty good. Were you a fighter before coming to Kizan? Simon raised his fists at Brett's question. I was just studying under my father about a lord's work. And you're telling me to believe that? Brett rushed in again. Simon took out two skeletons and sent them left and right, then lowered his stance. There's no need to think about other conditions. It's my victory as long as I can get one hit. In addition to the speed at which Brett was running toward him, Simon also stepped on jet black and rushed forward. Simon stretched out his arm when the distance between the two had narrowed enough to almost clash. However, Brett's body disappeared in an instant. Simon's arm passed through the air, and at the same time, he felt a hand gripping his waist. Your moves are so obvious. A perfect stance for a suplex. Brett turned his body over and bent his back like a shrimp. Simon's head and neck crashed to the floor, unsettling the dust around him. Brett, who had successfully finished his move, got up after releasing Simon from his arms. Simon's leg that came out from the dust hit Brett's arm with a and got blocked. Kicking while falling, does this bastard even take any shock? This kick was a fake. Brett quickly covered his face with his opposite arm. As expected, Simon's opposite leg hit, creating a shock wave. Simon's leg returned, and countless feet were thrust in. It was a continuous hitting technique using kicks. Brett stepped and pulled his shoulder back to dodge them. The corners of his lips rose. He's actually pretty good. Where did a bastard like this really come out of? It was embarrassing, but his blood was boiling against a freshman. He thought Simon was the typical special admission number 1A deadwood who was only good at studying, but now he understood a little about why Professor Hong Feng was shaken up with this guy. This bastard has both physical and innate talents. However, his stance is unstable, and the strength isn't being transferred properly. He lacks the systematic training from experts. It must have been the same for Professor Hong Feng. How could you not feel your fingers itch if there's such a genius right in front of you? Brett looked back in surprise. Two falling trees formed an X coming toward him as he was stepping back. Skeletons sent by Simon had struck the tree with axes and knocked it down. When did he send the skeletons? To think he had the energy to spare to connect with the thoughts while dealing with me. Brett wrapped his fists in jet black while avoiding Simon's kick. As Brett opened his fists, a jagged blade of jet black flew like a knife and slashed the tree in two. This time, it was an application of the combat magic skill bayonet. The tree split in half and fell to the floor, and Brett fixed his stance. Then, Simon continued to rush in. Let's end this. When Brett twisted his waist and tried to thrust forward his fist with all his might, Simon clenched his teeth and thrust out his forehead first, making Brett's eyes widen. /novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Does this bastard really want a D? Bone nail. Simon raised his finger. A skeleton's sharp bones cut a wound on his thigh. His skin was torn, and blood dripped from it. What? Why is this here? His gaze shifted. He could see the bones of the skeleton stuck on the surface of the tree that fell to the floor. So it was all planned from the beginning. Brett, who had been focused on grasping the situation for a moment, felt an eerie energy and lifted his head. Simon's legs twisted in midair and drew a huge curve as they descended, making Brett hurriedly cover his head with his arms. Kuhuk. He couldn't block it properly because of how fast it was. Blood spewed from his nose, and Brett stepped back. Simon grinned after landing on the ground. You won't be able to make any excuses with this, right? It's my victory. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The thread of patience holding together Brett's rationality broke. Bwaha. Ha 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 ha. A tremendous amount of jet black rose from Brett's whole body. It stretched out into the air and wrapped around his body like a garment. The symbol of combat magic majors, black robe. In a blink of an eye, Brett was wrapped in black armor. I admit it. I admit it, said Brett while gnashing his teeth. I lost, and the promise is valid. Whatever measure it is, I'll obey you. However, before I leave Kizan. He clenched his fist. If I don't wreck you here right now, I think I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Simon let out a deep sigh. Isn't this different from the promise? How pathetic do you want to be? Whatever you say, it doesn't matter. Okay, then do whatever you want. Brett's eyebrows twitched as Simon let his arms hang loose. What are you doing? Ready yourself right now. I'm starting to reach the limit of my patience with you. I'm going to do what I want to do. If you were gonna be like this, just beat me up already. You bastard. When Brett approached Simon and grabbed him by his collar, exuding bloodthirst. Brett. A huge shout that could burst your eardrums shook the island. Brett turned his head, startled, and then his mouth opened widely. Professor Hong Feng? Hong Feng was approaching him with a bloody expression on her face. Brett felt his blood turning cold and quickly removed his black robe. Assistant Brett. Hong Feng approached and stared at Brett. It was completely different from her usual gentle and kind demeanor. Explain. Brett was sweating profusely, standing in the parade rest stance. I was giving a lesson to Simon by spar. Hong Feng slapped Brett's cheek. With that alone, Brett's body flew dozens of meters and rolled around on the dirt floor. Ah. Brett fell to the ground and grabbed his cheek. In his 5 years of serving Hong Feng, he had never once been hit by her. But now, he realized it with this one blow. This power was definitely Hong Feng. Stand up. At her words, Brett stood up upright and approached her. His cheeks were red and swollen. Turn. Brett looked back. Starting now, stay in the most painful stance for you, assistant. What? What do you mean by painful STA? Do it. At her words, Brett immediately slammed his head on the ground and lifted his body up. In that state, he raised himself up with his fingertip, maintaining his weight with one finger, and then unfolded the hem of his black robe and raised the cloak up to the sky. A state that required the use of both stamina and jet black. Just looking at it felt terribly painful. Simon. Hong Feng approached. Her expression was dyed with a deep sense of relief. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. I was wearing a protective suit, so. It looks like your face is very swollen. While saying that, she grabbed Simon's cheek with both hands and pinched it like a massage. Professor? How about here? Here? Then, she groped Simon's forearm and abdomen with one hand, grabbed Simon's cheek with the other hand, and began to stretch it like a rice cake. No matter how much you thought about it, it was a touch full of ulterior motives. Simon clenched his teeth and spoke silently. I'm telling you to stop it. Truthfully, this woman wasn't Hong Feng. This was Elizabeth, having transformed into Hong Feng. She originally came to collect the Nusselak corpses at Simon's order, but a fight between Simon and Brett broke out, so she transformed into Hong Feng and intervened. Elizabeth memorized the voices of the Kizan professors and important figures in case they needed it for escaping from Kizan. She tilted her head and spoke in Simon's ear so that only he could hear it. How was it? Don't you think I'm being a help to you now, Commander? I know I survived thanks to you, but please get away from me. She grinned and grabbed the button on Simon's uniform shirt while impersonating Hong Feng's voice. Simon. I think I have to look at your wound over here. There's no wound there, Professor, said Simon while trembling. He shouldn't be caught by Brett, so he had no choice but to play along with her. As Simon beckoned to hurry the things up, Elizabeth opened her mouth, and she combed her hair up while looking bummed out. Assistant Brett. Why yes, Professor. In the end, Brett was beating himself with a black robe made of jet black. He was faithfully fulfilling the order of remaining in the most painful position. I'm very disappointed with this matter. Keep that stance for 20 hours from now, and then return. Understood. But wasn't 20 hours just a bit too much? This thought was clear on Simon's face, but Elizabeth put her hand on her chest as though telling Simon to leave it to her. From tomorrow onwards, please act naturally, and never speak of this incident to anyone, including myself. Just act as if nothing ever happened. Thinking about it makes me want to tear you apart. Yes, I understand. And never lay your hand on Simon ever again. If something like this happens again. Her eyes gleamed. There is no second chance. Understood. Let's go, Simon. Elizabeth took Simon's hand and took him away. Brett didn't even dare to look back. Chapter 76. Elizabeth led the corpse spiders and went to retrieve the Nusselak corpses, originally coming here for that reason. Simon alone stepped on the teleport magic circle and moved to another place. The place he arrived was near Hong Feng's hut. Simon. Camabarez greeted him with a wide smile. In fact, she was getting worried about Simon being late, so she kept on glancing to her side at the magic circle. Sorry I was late. She came running in a heartbeat and looked at Simon with worried eyes. Did something happen between you and the assistant teacher? Simon quickly put his brain to work. He could beat around the bush and tell her that it wasn't a big deal, but things could get annoying if he got asked the same question by Rick and Mei Lin. He thought that it'd be better to give some appropriate reason here. Actually, on the way here, I remembered the Nusselak corpses, you know. I brought a few to study the undead. Ah, I see. Summoning aspirants are extraordinary after all. Camabarez seemed to believe it without a doubt. Then, Mei Lin angrily shouted from afar. What are you guys doing? Stop playing around and help us out. Okay. Got it. Everyone was preparing to make a fire. Rick was laying straw on the ground and stacking up the firewood, and Mei Lin was groaning and moving the firewood she had taken from the back of the hut. Rick. Where do I put Thwa? As she was walking while looking forward, she staggered all of a sudden and lost her balance. You all right? Simon approached her like lightning and grabbed the firewood. I'll move these. Then he lifted the firewood she was struggling with and carried it on his shoulder. You can help with other things. Huh? Thank you. Mei Lin twisted her hair in embarrassment and turned around. Simon put down the firewood near Rick. He thought they'd need more firewood, so he went back to the back of the hut. Oh no. All the cut firewood ran out. However, there was a chopping axe and a tree stump next to him. Simon took a thick piece of wood, put it on the stump, and raised his axe. The firewood was cleanly split in half. Good, good. I still got it. As Simon was feeling proud of himself while wielding the axe, Camabarez was suddenly staring at him from the side. She quickly picked up a new piece of firewood and placed it on the stump. I'll help you. Ah, thanks. It's dangerous, so step back. Camabarez backed off, and Simon raised his axe. The axe could be heard cutting through the air before splitting the firewood in two. She clapped her hands. You're so good. Did you do this often? Yeah. This was one of my main jobs before I came to Kizan, said Simon as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. While Camabarez was bringing the next piece of firewood, Simon looked at the cross-section of the firewood. It's not split cleanly. Perhaps I placed more strength since someone was watching. As Simon was making a wry smile, Camabaras placed a new log and stepped back, waiting with shining eyes. It's just wood chopping. Is it that fun? Yes. And just like that, with the help of Camabaras, he acquired a lot of firewood, held it in his arms, and headed to the bonfire. You made it bigger than I expected. Huh. Simon was amazed at the high pile of firewood. Rick giggled and pointed at the corpse of the Nuzlocke. The Nuzlocke we hunted is huge. We need to make it at least this big. That's true. Simon went to also help make the fire. He laid straw, dry leaves, and twigs on the ground and stacked firewood on top of it into a pyramid. Now, as he ignited the kindling and fanned it, little by little, the flames moved to the firewood above. That's interesting. Malin squatted nearby and rested her face in her hands. Is it really necessary to stack firewood like this? It's not that necessary, but this is the most common way to do it. After starting the fire, Simon slowly explained the fundamentals of bonfires. Rick, who was fanning it next to him, giggled. How can someone who controls fire not even know how to make a bonfire? Ah, shut up. Do you think that this fire and the fire I use are the same? Well, your personality is like a fire. And your mouth is like firewood. It'd burn well if I split it in half and put it on the bonfire. Ow, how brutal. The fire quickly became stable as he waited while listening to Rick and Malin fight like usual. Simon brought over appropriately sized stones using a skeleton and laid them out in a circle near the bonfire. Now it looked somewhat nice. Is everyone here? Everyone jumped up from their seats at the sound of a voice behind them. Professor Hong Feng. Hello. She was carrying various tools on her back barefoot and had a bucket in her hand with some fish. Oh. Good job on making the fire. Shall we start right away? Yes. The survival class started immediately. She placed the Nuzlocke the group hunted onto a wooden chopping board. There are many different types of monsters, but the procedures in preparing them are almost the same, so please take a look. Her hands were feisty. She scraped off the fur with her knife, ripped its belly open, removed the intestines, and drained the blood. In the end, Camabaras couldn't take it and covered her eyes during the part where she removed the insides. They usually say monster meat often has this foul smell, right? This stench comes from the decay of the meat and blood. To get rid of this, it's better to complete the preparation as soon as possible. Like this. After finishing the butchering class like that, the edible-looking pieces of meat were placed aside. Hong Feng said with a smile. Just like that. Pretty easy, right? Malin and Camabaras nodded their heads with forced smiles. Okay then, next. This time she demonstrated preparing fish. This one was a much easier job. There are rivers and fish wherever you go, right? Fishing is also a great way to get food. Hong Feng slashed off the fish head, removed the scales, then removed the insides and washed it with water. Soon after entering her hands, the fish was ready to be grilled. Now, let's grill it. Here comes the grill. Rick took a grill and fixed it on the bonfire, and Hong Feng placed the Nuzlocke meat on it. As the meat began to cook, the juices began to drip. That's amazing. When prepared, it just looks just like pork. It looks delicious. While grilling the meat, Hong Feng brought a few casks of spices and sprinkled them on top. I'm sure this many spices can be brought in. As she sprinkled the spices that looked like a mixture of peppers and seeds on the meat, a fragrance spread all over the place. And inevitably, the monster meat may contain parasites or bacteria. It's important to grill it on a strong fire. Yes. After a while, the meat was cooked and transferred to a plate. Rick rolled over an oak barrel of wine, and Camabaras brought the tableware. Everything was ready. Cheers. In the end, it was an outdoor barbecue party disguised as a survival class. Everyone enjoyed eating and drinking in this lively atmosphere. It's really delicious. Camabarez covered her cheek with an ecstatic expression. Rick nodded as well. Whoa, I'm speechless. Totally. How can that disgusting bastard taste like this? Hey. Could you not remind me of that when I'm eating something so delicious? Maylin rolled her eyes and scolded Rick. Ah, Simon. Hong Feng looked at Simon. Where did Brett go? I was going to tell him to taste some of the meat since he helped me with the teleport and all. Ah. Simon felt a guilty conscience, but answered back with a smile. I also told him, but he said he'd go back ahead since he doesn't feel well today. Then I guess there's nothing we can do about it. It was getting dark, and the feast was coming to a head. The bonfire was so big that it felt like a campfire. Most of all, it took a short time to adjust, since the members were the same as the last time they had a drink. Today, even Camabarez, who was afraid of alcohol, drank well. Ah, that's the stuff. Rick shook his head while giving off a smell of wine. Rick liked alcohol, but he wasn't a heavy drinker. Rick, you alright? Huh? Yeah. I'm fine. I'ma just take a piss real quick. Rick stood up from his seat and walked away, showing his back. He seemed quite intoxicated, as his gait was unsettling. Then he stopped in a nearby grassy field and started taking his pants off. Seeing this, Maylin screamed in fright. You Ag. You crazy bastard. Do it somewhere further. Dribble sounds were heard after a while. Maylin, disgusted, hurriedly covered her ears and turned her head. Gosh. Commoners. Such disgrace. Simon and Hong Feng laughed as she screamed. At that moment, someone rested their head on Simon's forearm. Cammy? Asterisk. Camabarez, whose cheeks were blushing after drinking, leaned on Simon's arm and fell asleep. Samun. Professor. I'll take her to the hut and let her sleep. Yes. Please do. Hong Feng lifted the glass. Then I'll have a toast with Maylin. Professor, you seem to be drinking too much Todd. Me too. I want a toast with you too. Rick came running, making Maylin run to the side in horror. Ack. You crazy bastard. Zip up your pants. Your pants. When Simon was about to get up after laughing, Camabarez pulled at Simon's clothes all of a sudden. Cammy? Don't leave me. I'm not leaving you. Reassured Simon, and he gently lifted her up in his arms. She snuggled into Simon's arms and rubbed her face against his chest. Hey, Simon. Search *the novel, ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Maylin blearily opened her eyes. If you do something strange to Cammy, I'll kill you. Alright? What are you saying? Just put her to bed and come out quickly. Simon entered Hong Feng's hut while carrying Camabarez. She was sleeping like a log. As Simon slowly placed her on the bed, she lay in a comfortable position, curling up as though she was waiting for that. Good night, Cammy. Simon stroked her hair and covered her with a blanket. The moment he turned his back and headed towards the door. Suddenly, something caught onto the nape of Simon's shirt. Simon got pulled with incredible force and fell onto the bed as Camabarez opened her mouth. Camabarez now seemed like a completely different person. Simon's face turned pale at the pressure radiating from her. The moment her sharp fangs were about to head towards Simon's neck. She quickly covered her mouth with her hands and pressed her forehead against Simon's shoulder. Now Simon is zzz. Then she fell asleep again. Simon was so startled that he was dripping sweat. Her face was so calm that it was hard to tell if what had just happened was a drunken hallucination or reality. Cammy, don't tell me you held it back for me. Simon laid her straight on the bed and covered her with a blanket. He didn't know what was going on, but somehow, he felt grateful. Simon sighed in relief and smiled softly. Good night, Cammy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Midterm exams had ended, and a new week began. I have an important announcement today, said the professor in charge of Class A, Jane, while looking around at the students. Now this pattern was quite familiar. The students girded their loins and waited for her next words. Jane took the official announcement from her assistant and read it. Yes, in 2 days, you'll be doing an island survival assessment. Finally, Kizan officially announced it. Island survival, also known as the Island Survival Assessment. A large-scale program involving all the first-year students. The students made a clamor as though a bomb had exploded, but Simon and Group 7 all looked at each other with meaningful smiles. Oh, how can I wait 2 days? Simon crossed his arms as the corners of his lips rose so high, they were about to ascend. Please just take 1 book per person. The assistant teachers went around quickly and distributed the performance assessment guidebook to the students. I'll explain it briefly, said Jane as she opened the guidebook. The students followed along and opened the book. From Class A to Class N, all 961 first-year students who have survived so far will fall to the island through teleportation. Jane grabbed chalk and drew a circle that was perhaps supposed to be an island. A triangle was marked in the center of the island, and then dots were tapped on the outermost part of the island's edge. You will start at a random location on the island's outskirts. The rule that runs through the core of this project is simple. Survive for 4 days. The students nodded nervously. However, simply surviving alone wouldn't be able to properly assess students' abilities. This assessment has a point system. After all of the tests are over, your grades and rank will be different depending on your points. She placed small X's over the island. You can earn points by hunting monsters that appear all over the island. From the weakest first-grade monsters up to 4th-grade monsters. Depending on the type of monster, you can get from 1 point to over 20 points. Then, Jamie Victoria raised her hand. That's probably a question of how points will be counted, isn't it, Jamie Victoria? Jamie blushed and lowered her hand. You could hear small laughs breaking out. Well, use this equipment. Jane waved her bracelet. It had a round and wide body that looked like the mouth of a monster and had a string attached to it. It's a biological artifact called a tongue pad. If you bring this artifact close to a monster that has stopped breathing. The students screamed in surprise when the long tongue spurted out of the mouth-shaped bracelet. The long tongue skimmed through the training materials the assistant teachers had prepared in advance and then went back into the bracelet. This artifact will absorb the corpse's mana and process it. Then, within 10 seconds, the pad will display the number in mana language, said Jane as she showed the number on the tongue pad go up. So, hunting monsters isn't an option, but a necessity. At least for meals. At those words, you could see some students' faces stiffening quickly. Afterward, Jane gave detailed instructions on how to use the tongue pad. In addition to simply absorbing the mana of the hunted monsters and turning them into points, you could also transfer the accumulated points to someone else's tongue pad. Going back to the rules, battles between Kizan students are, of course, possible. If you make the other student's barrier gauge hit 0, that student will be determined as dead. The assessment will be over for them, and they'll be teleported to a safe area. At this time, the tongue pad of the student going to the safe area will spit out all the mana it had in a chunk. In other words, if you hunted down another student, you could extort that student and increase your points significantly. Jane didn't really explain it in detail, but everyone knew that this was the key point. And one more important tip is that. She pointed to the center of the island with the chalk. In the center of the island, there's a mansion that Kizan built. It's an indestructible mansion, impervious to any means of attack. The inside of the mansion is the only safe zone on the whole island, and if you set foot in there even once. She turned to the students. After the assessment is over, 200 points will be given. The clamors of the students suddenly grew tremendously. All of you guys will start on the outskirts of the island, but you have to move towards the center of the island. After all, the difference between going to the mansion and not is huge. Simon, who was listening to the explanation, also nodded. You could reach the middle rank if you could get 200 points. I'm done explaining the important things, she said as she put down the chalk and turned to the students. This survival assessment comprehensively evaluates your survivability, combat ability, coping ability, and resilience when you fall into an unfamiliar place. The big rules are clear and simple, but there are many tricky, detailed rules. How you use these would be the skill. I hope that you'll fully understand the contents of the guidebook over the 2 days. Yes. Then, for the rest of the period. Jane looked at her wristwatch. The student's eyes shone. Perhaps some free time? Well, conduct a class with an outside lecturer. Chapter 77? Simon's eyes widened. An outside lecturer? This was a first. Please come in. Jane gestured, and a middle-aged man came up to the stage. He had a good smile on his face and was wearing overalls with many pockets. Introducing you to Hunter Edward Bulkbag, said Jane. He may be unfamiliar to some of you, but he's a legend in his field and a top-notch treasure hunter with over tens of thousands of ancient ruins discovered. Applause poured out from everywhere. Rick in particular was beating the desk in excitement. Insane. Whoa. Is this for real? Is it that treasure hunter Edward? The level of Professor Jane's recruitment is out of this world. Is he a great person? When Maylin asked that with a sour face, Rick turned around, shocked. Hey. How could you not know Edward? Now this is a real lack of common knowledge. That's why I'm asking. Gah. Edward opened his mouth with a nervous smile as he came up to the stage. Ah, HM. Nice to meet you. You're first-year students at Kizan, am I right? Yes. Loudly answered the students. Ooh ha ha. To think that a day would come where I'm giving a lecture at Kizan. Looks like I've been successful, huh? In fact, it was all thanks to my father that I was able to be this successful. I was born in a poor environment, but... Ahem. Jane, who had her arms folded behind him, coughed a little. Edward flinched and straightened his back. Ah, yes. Let's skip the idle talk and start right away. I'm confident that there's no single place in the dark territory that I haven't been. Ah, to be precise, there's no place that I haven't explored across the continent. As well as the Holy Federation, I secretly. Hunter Edward. I'm sorry, Vice President. Ha ha ha. To put it simply, I'm a survival expert. I don't have as powerful dark magic as all of you, but the weak have their own way of surviving. It's called thorough preparation. Now. After speaking incoherently, Edward took out the materials he had prepared from his bag and stuck them on the blackboard. The types of monsters and vegetation appearing on the island were shown in pictures and tables. The assistant teachers walked around handing out copies of the materials to the students. The place where you'll take the test is called Kara Island, said Edward after turning to the students. It's an area prohibited by Kizan, but there are several other large and small islands besides Kara Island. I've been to all these islands, and based on this, I was able to estimate the vegetation and the monsters in Kara Island. He was very nervous about being in Kizan, and he checked on the countenance of Jane standing behind him. Still, when he started talking about his field, Edward appeared very professional. Plants you can and can't eat on Kara Island. Inedible and edible monsters, and exactly which parts can be eaten and how to cook them. Weather and climate, terrains to watch out for, low and high tides, behaviors that attract the attention of monsters, how to ward off wild snakes, and more. Even the nobles who were acting perverse, complaining about why she called over a person like him, were immersed and concentrating, leaning forward. This was only natural, seeing as it was survival knowledge that would come in handy 2 days later. The students frantically moved their quills and took notes. Yep. My explanation ends here. Thank you for listening. Any questions? Hands were raised from all over the room. While Edward was answering questions one by one, Simon was going through copies of his material. HM? There was one particularly strange entity among the many monsters inhabiting the island. He didn't know why, but it caught his attention. It was a monster whose face was covered with something like a bandage. When Simon was staring at the monster, Pierre's clone wriggled and moved. "Hey, boy." "Oh, Pierre. When did you arrive?" The eyes of Pierre's clone widened. "That picture. Put it close in front of me." Simon put the picture in front of his chest so Pierre could see it properly. The clone's eyes shook frantically. "Unbelievable. No way. Why is this guy over there? Do you know who this is?" "Of course. This is an ancient undead who served as a captain of the Legion." Simon's eyes widened. "A captain appearing in this place? Cooey. To think that I'm seeing that face again." Pierre's clone muttered in a serious voice. "Boy. I'm sure you remember the sin of the Legion." "Yes. Following my father's instruction to protect my mother, they betrayed the Dark Alliance and fought the Necromancers." "Yeah. After fighting for a while, the Legion withdrew due to the large-scale offensive of the Alliance. There was a guy who sacrificed himself to defend against the attack and escaped us safely to sea." "Don't tell me that's..." Simon's gaze turned to the monster's eyes again covered with bandages. "This guy's name is Bikram." Pierre's eyes became serious. "He's the captain of the giant troops. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk." Simon heard a detailed explanation from Pierre. "An ancient undead who sacrificed himself for the sake of the Legion." Pierre said that he was extremely devoted and loyal to the Legion, unlike an undead. "I thought he must have died then, but to think that he's alive. On an island owned by Kizan at that." Simon rubbed his chin and went into deep thought. Something was strange. His father's undead was in the place where he was heading for a performance assessment? The timing was just too right. But the bait was too big to completely ignore it. It's not like there's no relation at all. If you go all the way toward the continent from the place called Kara Island, you'll find the port city ballot. Since Bikram disappeared in the battle there. I understand. I'd like to take him in seeing as he was my father's undead. Would that be all right? Cooey. Of course. That guy is an important military strength. If you obtain him, he'll be a great help to you in the future. All right. Trying wouldn't hurt. Let's try to get in contact with him. In addition to taking the island survival assessment like regular students, Simon added a new goal. Search the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A mission that may be more important than getting good grades. However, since a considerable amount of time has passed, his personality or his mind may have changed. Simon nodded his head. Elizabeth was also uncooperative with the Legion at first. So take me too. I'll have to persuade him myself. Simon turned the pages of the guidebook with a troubled expression. If you look at this, apparently all the subspaces of the students are inspected right before the teleportation. It's forbidden to bring in unnecessary items or food, so. Subspace inspection? That's annoying. I'll try to come up with a solution. I'll have to stop by the ruins this evening and talk to Eliza. Then the bell rang, announcing the end of the lecture. Jane clapped her hands and came back up to the stage. Today's lecture ends here. Please prepare thoroughly for 2 days. It'd be good to familiarize yourself with the detailed rules and the operation of the tongue pad in advance. Let's end now. Thank you for the lecture. The students rushed out of the classroom like a tide. Some students, including Rick, seemed to want to talk to Edward and get an autograph, but they turned away after a look from Jane. Simon, what are you doing? Let's go eat already. Simon replied with a smile at Rick's words. I'm sorry, but could you eat with Maylin and the others today? I have some personal business. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 3 minutes and 21 seconds left for your meal. Edward thought that this woman, the vice president of Kizan, was scarier than any monsters or traps he had ever encountered. After shoving the food in his mouth without knowing how it tasted, Edward walked out of the restaurant and followed Jane's guide to the teleport magic circle. In fact, it was more like being pulled off rather than guided. The Vice President. Edward gave a forced smile. He decided to give it a chance. I mean, she wouldn't turn a person into a skeleton just because they mentioned it, right? 5 hours. No, just 2 hours, please. A so-called professional treasure hunter has come to the mysterious Roke Island. I can't just go back like th. Jane looked at her wristwatch with a blank expression on her face. People who don't have formal permission to enter Roke Island can't enter Kizan. You have 6 minutes and 23 seconds left for your permission, Hunter Edward. Edward was sweating profusely. How could a person be so single-minded? But he couldn't give up like this. Then, it'd be alright if we extend that permitted time a little bit more. A while ago, a professor named Bahil asked me to hold a lecture for Class B. In that moment, fires lit up in Jane's eyes. Edward, realizing he had made a mistake, shut his mouth, but it was already too late. She gestured to the assistant teacher following Jane. Tell Professor Bahil to come to my lab right now. The assistant teacher tensely said. With what reason shall I call H? Tell him I'm going to him if he doesn't shut up and come running to me within 10 minutes. At that, the assistant started running frantically. The corner of Edward's smile started to twitch. I don't care about adventures anymore. I just want to get off this island in one piece. Just like that, after walking for a few more minutes, they arrived in front of the teleport magic circle returning to the continent. What kind of nonsense is that? But the trouble wasn't over yet. When she heard the report of the teleport manager, who approached her with a troubled expression, Jane began to blaze up. The manager bowed repeatedly as though he had committed a deadly sin. The teleport magic circle is overloaded due to the preparation for island survival? What kind of ridiculous excuse is that? Well, get things fixed. Please assemble the entire teleport team into my lab by 6 o'clock. Yes, ma'am. Jane let out a deep sigh and walked over to Edward. She then closed her eyes and bowed her head. It seems your return will be delayed by about 10 minutes due to an internal construction problem, Hunter. On behalf of Kizan, I apologize to you. I am fine. It's really, really fine. I mean, why did she scold people that much for just delaying the return of an outsider by 10 minutes? I'll have to check the magic circle myself. You, please stay still and wait, Hunter. At her words, Edward felt as though his whole body was frozen. Is this the curse that I've only heard of? I understand. Please, take your time. Haha. Jane went to see the teleport magic circle. Edward, left alone, sighed in relief. As he was squatting down because his legs somehow felt like jelly. Hello. Somebody spoke to him. When he turned his head, a male student in a Kizan uniform looked down at him with a smile. Oh. I'm a Class A student who took your class, Hunter. It was a really good class. Edward jumped up, feeling his self-esteem quickly restored. He then flicked out paper and a pen from his clothes. Foo, great. What's your name again? I'm not here to get autographs. I'm here because I have something to ask you about the contents of your class. Edward lowered his pen with a sullen face. Why were the students and professors of this school so rigid? This monster listed in your material, Hunter. Simon continued while presenting the picture of Bikram. Do you know anything about this? Edward grabbed the picture before looking around at it. So there was a picture of this monster. I didn't check it separately because it was all printed out collectively. I pictured it because it looked interesting at that time, but I don't know what kind of monster it is. I've been in this field for almost 30 years, and this is the first time I've ever seen a monster like this. What do you mean by interesting? Edward blearily opened his eyes and said. It was foggy that day, so I don't know if I saw it correctly, but suddenly this monster became colossal in size as it wandered around the island. When I rushed out the mana camera, its size shrunk back. Simon gulped. How big did it become? As though recalling that moment, Edward's face stiffened. Big enough to cover the entire island. Chapter 78 The Kizan Training Center. Phew, wow. A man was lifting a heavy dumbbell until late in the evening. His upper body and arm muscles expanded and contracted repeatedly as he raised a black dumbbell. A male student who was making a lame attempt with the dumbbells next to him glanced at him and said, "H. Hector." A large barbell fell, and a loud sound resounded from the floor. The student flinched and hunched over slightly. Phew. Hector wiped his sweat off with the towel around his neck. The black light that fluttered in the barbell disappeared and returned the barbell to its original, iron form. Where are the others? Right. They've all come together and gathered themselves up nearby in the next building from here. There's no need to speak at length. Just deliver my words. When Hector touched his neck, a bloody sound echoed. We'll definitely hunt down Simon Pollentia in this island survival assessment. A fire lit up in Hector's eyes. Finally, a chance to defeat Simon came. There was no need to wait to be paired up against him in the duel evaluation. As you all probably realized from the Cyclops assessment, as long as he remains conscious, we can never dominate Class A or achieve the best grades in the class. Alright. Class A is a class that Kizan's vice president is in charge of directly. Taking control of this class is more important than anything else. The student listening had a bitter grin inside. Removing political rivals or competitors in Kizan was a natural and frequent occurrence. It was a goal that both factions and allies could understand. But the way Hector dealt with Simon felt like something more than the removal of a political rival. The student wondered why Hector was so obsessed with restraining Simon. Maybe there was some kind of ill-fated relationship between the Moore and the Pollentia family. If you got it, go. Yeah. When Hector lifted the huge barbell again, it was dyed black. He was training both physical and jet black operations at the same time. Huff. Sweat dripped down Hector's body. He looked full of spite. Asterisk. The outskirts of Kizan. There stood an old, dusty, abandoned building that had been left unattended for years. It looked like it was going to collapse at any moment. Moonlight leaked through a hole in its ceiling, and a flickering light bulb added to the creepy atmosphere. A male student walked in, picking off cobwebs from his clothes with annoyance. It was none other than Heron Quark, who lost against the duel evaluation with Simon. He looked around as he arrived at the meeting point. It seemed that the person who called him hadn't arrived yet. I hope this isn't a waste of time. Heron shoved the crumpled letter in his hand into his pocket before closing his eyes and crossing his arms. Simon Pollentia. Still, he couldn't forget what Simon said at the end. His blood boiled thinking about how Simon talked as though he knew everything. Simon knew, or guessed to some extent, that he had been operated on by Bahil. It was dangerous. Heron didn't know why Simon didn't bring it up to Kizan and make it an issue, but as long as he knew Heron's secret, Heron needed to get rid of him quickly. Heron clenched his fist. This power. Although Simon defeated him, his power was true, no matter what. In the duel evaluation last week, he beat a student who was evaluated as superior in every way and got promoted to the middle squad. Because of this, Heron Quark was recognized by his classmates, and recently he had been hanging out with some popular students. His self-esteem was going up drastically day by day. But he felt his strength draining away little by little. Bahil said that his power lasted for at most 2 months. I have to be in Professor Bahil's favor again, no matter what. The only way was to become a direct disciple of Bahil. In order to do that, it was necessary to complete the mission that he failed last time. This time I'll defeat Simon and prove my worth to Bahil. Search the Nafire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Is someone there? Then, he heard the voice of an unfamiliar female student in the abandoned building. Heron said. I'm alone. Who are you? Ah. A female student stuck his head out and came in after feeling relieved to see Heron's uniform. Did you also come here with that letter? You too? She nodded her head. My name is Jessica Canonor, Class H. I'm Heron Quark from Class G. Do you also have a grudge against Simon? She slightly avoided Heron's gaze. And no. I received an apology, so it's not necessarily a grudge. Then why? Nothing, just. Jessica realized a lot of things after the duel with Simon. She felt like she was dealing with a monster that was far above her, a cut from a different cloth. Looking back on that time, there was a strange sense of inspiration. She wanted to become like that. She wanted to become stronger. At that moment, the sound of footsteps clearly echoed throughout the abandoned building. Heron and Jessica looked around nervously and Heron shouted. Who's that? Then, the footsteps stopped. When the two of them were raising the jet black from their cores in case of emergency. The moonlight poured down from the ceiling of the abandoned building, making the two frown as they quickly covered their eyes. Somebody came down from the sky. They were wearing a black robe that covered their entire body, and a hood was pressed down to the bottom of their head, so you couldn't tell who they were. Since they were floating in the air, it was difficult to figure out their physique, age, and gender. But you could feel a very foreign kind of power. Who are you? Jessica scanned them over a few times, frightened. Looks like this was the person who sent the letter. Instead of answering, they slowly moved their hand. Large wings spread out behind their robe. As they slowly lifted the hood with their fingertips, they spoke. Looking at the figure behind the hood, Heron's eyes widened. Why you are. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The day of the island survival. Having a huge event ahead, the Kizan students talked in excitement, faces flushed. A total of 14 large teleport circles were being prepared, and Class A was stood on one of them. A huge magic circle was drawn in the center, and small magic circles spread like leaves around it. The students were standing on top of a small magic circle. I am a little nervous, said Camabraz as her shoulders shuddered. What if I'm the only one who's split from the group? The location doesn't matter, Cammy. I heard that we'll be teleported completely at random, said Simon while giving off a kind smile. If you're nervous, wanna swap places with me? And no. It's fine. By the way, girls. Rick, leaning back into his hands cupped behind his head, asked. Are you guys really going to skin monsters and eat them? I just ended up practicing fishing. Hee hee, said Camabraz with a forced smile. Malin also sighed lightly. I guess I'll have to eat monsters or else I'll become really hungry, as I learned, but I'll try my best to get as many of the supplies as possible. Supplies were one of the features in island survival. During the assessment, a large magic circle would occasionally appear in the sky, and exactly 1 minute later, supplies would drop down from the magic circle. It said that the supplies included food and special artifacts that could only be used in the assessment. Competition was bound to be quite fierce. It could be safe to assume that all the students in the vicinity would be aiming for the supplies. Now, please prepare yourselves. Then, the servants ran around and spread the word. We will now commence teleportation to the island. Please don't step outside the magic circle. The students waited with nervous faces as they brought their legs inside the magic circle. While Simon was excitedly waiting with his arms crossed, he saw Hector staring at him from afar. I guess I'll be having a big fight again if I meet him. He didn't know what he did for Hector to always try to get him, but Simon thought that it could be a good way to deal with him, using this as a chance if he had no choice but to go against him someday. Light then came off the magic circles, causing cheers and screams from everywhere to break loose. Everyone, let's do our best, exclaimed Camabraz as she screwed her eyes shut. Hee hee. Everyone, stay safe and I'll see you all again in Kizan. I told you guys, okay? Don't die while trying to get to the center of the island. Just avoid getting the lowest points. Malin's voice, nagging till the end, dispersed, and the magic circle's light became stronger and stronger. Simon's vision became blurry, and he felt his legs start to float. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The world that was full of light for a while began to gradually take shape. Simon felt the wind tickling his body, his sense of touch returning earlier than his sense of sight. Simon didn't overdo it and waited for his vision to return, then looked around. Whoa! He really fell into the middle of the jungle. Everywhere was green. It was his first time seeing a place with such a thick and dense population of plants. The plants ranged from tropical ones with large leaves, to indiscriminately growing vines that covered trees. Moreover, the climate was very hot and humid, the air was heavy, and the soil was moist, perhaps from the rain. So I have to survive here for 4 days? Simon's body trembled. A strange tension rose up through his spine and spread throughout his body before his previously contained emotions burst forth. It's gonna be so fun. With Simon's shout, some birds got startled and flew away. Pierre's clone hanging on Simon's school uniform also woke up and looked at Simon. Looks like you have arrived. But why are you so excited? Because adventure is calling me. Crazy bastard. Don't tell me you forgot our goal. Simon grinned. Of course I didn't. We have to find Big Crumb, the captain of the giant troops, faster than anyone else, right? While saying that, Simon lifted his leg and stepped hard on the ground. A smell came from something as it burst. All right. Simon bent down and lifted it up. Irk. What's that nasty thing? Simon replied with a smile. It's my snack for today. A large snake with a reticulate pattern drooped down. This got Simon excited and he put the dead snake into his subspace. To be able to obtain a snack this easily. We're starting off well. Boy, you seem to be a lot more excited than usual. Yeah. Simon looked around the surrounding jungle once and smiled. After all, this is my stage, no matter what anyone else says. A crazy survival expert from Les Hill had entered Kara Island. Chapter 79. The teleportation of the 961 first-year Kizan students had finished. And at the same time, the island survival began. Kaya! Bugs. 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 Why the fuck are you poking the beehive, you crazy bastards? Are you not supposed to eat this? Why am I getting rashes on my arms? All hell broke loose. 70% of first-year students were from prestigious noble families. They were overly sheltered people who didn't do well in their house gardens, let alone islands or jungles. Such people fell on an island with a tropical rainforest climate. It was natural for there to be widespread panic. Everyone must have come fully prepared in their hearts. Prepared to sleep in the wild. Prepared to not be able to wash up. Prepared to eat monster meat. However. Snake. It's a snake. I got bitten by a bug. The mushroom is moving. When they fell into the jungle, everything was beyond their imagination. Sigh. It had already been 30 minutes since the survival assessment began. Malin stood up with a stiff expression on her face. She thought things were a little better for her than the other students. Thanks to Rick, she could attain this information earlier, and she learned survival skills from Hong Feng over the weekend. And these survival skills. As she plucked up her courage and stepped forward, swarms of ants streamed out to where she stepped. Yua. She backed off, terrified. When the ants appeared, centipedes with dozens of feet jumped out and began to suck at the ants. Malin's body hardened like stone. I really can't move even a single step. The psychological limitations resulting from the environment in which they grew up were unavoidable. It took her around 5 seconds to realize that, when she backed off into a tree, a red ant crawled onto her shoulder. Kaya-awa. The other students were also in the same, grim situation. Of course, it wasn't like they didn't prepare. Island survival was a well-known, annual event in Kizan, and the students thought that the core of this assessment was monster hunting and battle between Kizan students, so they only raised their fighting abilities. However, it didn't take long for them to realize that that was a mistake. In these unfavorable situations, every student took the same action. Let's work together. We'll work together till the end. Herd instincts. Standing together when afraid to be by yourself. And there was little fear of being betrayed, since everyone started with 0 points in the beginning. Through this, several students got together to form groups and started to come up with solutions using their collective intelligence. This was especially true if there was at least one commoner among the group. They were the best leaders in this situation. What are you guys all doing? Lorena, a commoner in Class B, was looking at them pathetically with her hand on her hip. Behind her, grown noble men were hugging each other and clinging to a tree. An earthworm was wriggling about and passing by in front of them. Gee, get rid of that right now. Nanny! Nanny! Young masters looking for their nanny appeared one after another. The unfamiliar environment, hot and humid weather, and the threat of disgusting insects and monsters. They all became hungry quickly, maintaining their condition in the worst situations. As though Kizan was aware of this fact, they had already started distributing supplies. A magic circle spread in the sky, and supplies began to fall from it. Over there. Let's go. The students who saw the magic circle all rushed towards it. Huff, huff, we're here. We're the first. The moment they climbed through the thick bushes to the open hill, more than 20 students could be seen eyeing each other up while waiting for the supplies to come down. What's this? Such keen competition. Everyone, get lost. It was then. An unusually large student was walking up the hill. If you don't want to die, that is. Hector Moore of Class A. As he appeared, some students backed off hesitantly. Then, a male student leaning against the rock scoffed. Bastard, fucking high off yourself. Are you the young master of the Moore family? A skinny man. His yellow-colored hair covered his left eye, and he was holding a long rod of uncertain use in his hand. Hector frowned. Special admission number 10 Malcolm Randolph. Give me a break. It's been over a month since the school started, and you're still on that special admission bullshit? You sure do talk a lot for an insect who rode the last bus. Malcolm's eyebrow twitched. There are only 10 special admissions. Among them, number 10, the last member of them, was ridiculed by the students with slang such as getting on the last bus or last bus boarder. Of course, there was almost no one who called him to his face, though. You're Class A, aren't you? Malcolm got up while spitting on the floor. Looks like that number 1 in your class isn't really managing his mates, huh? This time, Hector's eyebrow twitched. Fuck the supplies or whatever. They'll have to beat the shit out of you first. Oh my, how scary, try me if you can. The two activated their cores and rushed toward each other. At the start of the survival, these clashed, and a roar resounded throughout the island. This wasn't the only battle either. There were many fights over supplies, all happening at the same time. The artifacts that were randomly placed within the supplies were also necessary, but the most important part was food. I'm hungry. Do I really have to grill the monsters? However, while most of the students were in chaos for this first day, there was a boy who stood out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On one shoulder, he had vines, wood, herbs, and fruits. On his other hand, he was holding a monster's leg and dragging it. His face was smeared with mashed fennel to prevent insect bites, and he wore boots on his legs. Is he native or something? What a shocking sight. When the students saw him, they all looked surprised. He looked perfectly localized, despite it only being a few hours since they arrived. I heard that there's nothing to eat here. Simon smiled delightfully while putting the ingredients into the subspace. But there's plenty. It's like a paradise of food. Simon was wandering in all directions, taking all the fruits, herbs, edible animals and monsters, strong branches, and materials. Maybe he's familiar with the jungle? Was he once a treasure hunter? The current appearance of Simon was enough to even bring out a sensation of envy hidden beneath the surface for many students. Some students approached Simon and asked, "Hey, would you like to join our team? We can take responsibility for combat. If it's fine, could you please come with you?" Simon shook his head with a smile. "I'm sorry, but I plan to spend the first day by myself." After soundly rejecting all offers, Simon took the axe in his hand and swung at the large plant in front of him. Then, the body of the plant split, and a sugary fruit came out. Simon took it and moved on. Some students approached the fruit-bearing plant when they saw Simon do it. When one tapped the plant's body, the leaves suddenly split like an insectivorous plant and swallowed the student whole. "Isn't that how you do it? Ag. You crazy bastard. Don't just watch and do something." People just got into trouble by following him. Search the novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even after that, Simon's movements were feisty. He was walking along with his skeletons, sweeping away all the useful materials on the island. "Oh, I didn't expect to get this here." Simon picked up a lot of floating plants from the stream. It was a plant called water hyacinth, which could survive even a human treading on it as long as it was in the water. In addition to that, he also got wild coconuts with high sugar content that contained a lot of water, as well as some sorghum that could be used as a spice. And above all, the strangest thing about Simon's movement was that, while the vast majority of students were advancing toward the center of the island, Simon was walking toward the sea. He was going in the complete opposite direction. "Hey boy." Pierre also questioned this point. "Your will to search Big Crumb is admirable, but wouldn't this put you too far from the center?" "It's fine." Simon chuckled. "I'll catch up to them all tomorrow." Perhaps because he was proceeding in the opposite direction to the other students, the crowds became rarer, and the traces of the students started disappearing. On the other hand, monster attacks became more frequent. Of course, the monsters on the island were no match for Simon's summons. Currently, Simon could control 4 undead units at once thanks to training with Pierre. It's a level 2 monster wrecker this time. A 6-legged monster with a long snout, reminiscent of a leopard, was running towards Simon. When Simon stretched out his finger, a skeleton with a shield ran out and collided with it. Leg. And a skeleton holding a spear thrusted over the shield into a leg, limiting the wrecker's mobility. Arrow. A skeleton archer's arrow stuck in the monster's eye. Blood dripped from its eyes, obscuring the wrecker's vision. Detour. A skeleton went to the side and swung its sword. The sword was struck deep in its neck, and it dropped to the ground, dead. "Nice, well done." Skeletons waved their weapons and celebrated their victory. Simon approached and squatted in front of the monster's corpse. When he took the tongue pad and brought it close, the tongue stretched out and swallowed the monster's mana. His score increased by 2 points. "This is also inedible. Let's go." Pierre's clone, who was watching this scene, smiled. Simon's skeleton operation was getting better and better. Just like that, Simon left the jungle and arrived at the beach. It was a place with a small dockside. The servants were moving their luggage, and 2 assistant teachers were guarding the place. What? And one of the assistant teachers was someone who had a bad relationship with Simon. Brett, the assistant teacher for combat magic, said while frowning. "Why are you here? Students are prohibited from entering this place. Get lost." Brett waved his hand. Simon let out a wry smile and bowed his head. "Or what?" Brett hit his chest with his fist. "Do you want to go against me because the students aren't enough for you? I'll pass. Take care." Simon made a clean refusal and left the place. He left the beach and headed back into the thick forest. Seeing that that man is here, it should be somewhere close. As Simon looked around him, he noticed a stretch of cobwebs connected like a road. When Simon walked along with it, he saw a large cobweb spread out at the end of its destination. A bracelet was placed on it. That was the subspace bracelet. Now it's time for us to meet Pierre. Hoo-hee-hee. Simon looked around carefully just in case. In the sky of the island, there were magical instruments from Kizan headquarters called observers roaming around and checking the situation. Since the entire first year was thrown in for this assessment. The test wasn't administered by the professors but by Kizan headquarters directly. Okay. There were hardly any students here, so the observers were nowhere to be seen. Confirming that no one was looking at him, Simon put the bracelet on his arm. Then, after he clenched his fist 3 times in a row, the bracelet's subspace opened in the air. Hoo-hee-hee-hee. I waited for so long. And what came out of it was Pierre and a troop of conscripted skeletons. The Legion appeared on Kara Island. Chapter 80. This chapter is locked. Buy it? SEA the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality.